Chapter 33. That night, the Zhang family was very lively. It had not been so lively since the new year. The stone in everyone's heart was temporarily thrown away. During dinner, Zhang Kai even poured himself a few cups to celebrate his son's recovery. After dinner, everyone was busy with some farm work under the oil lamp. They were also happily talking about how to cultivate the crops in the fields after spring, how to fertilize the newly opened fields on the slope, and how to divide the work among Zhang Xiaolong, Zhang Xiaohu, and Zhang Xiaolong's 3 brothers. It was as if the next day was the spring plowing, and their eyes were full of hope. Under the flickering light, no one noticed the lonely expression on Lu Qian's face. Also, Zhang Xiaohua's thoughtful eyes. The next morning, Lu Qian reluctantly got up at dawn. Last night, she was so worried about her gains and losses that she couldn't sleep. When she got up, she found that her eyes were a little red and her complexion was not good. Guo Sufei was concerned and asked if she was sick. After breakfast, everyone was busy with their own things. It was now February and the weather was warm. Zhang Kai and the others were also checking the farm tools to see if there were any broken ones that needed to be repaired. The seeds in the cellar also needed to be taken out to dry. Seeing that the ice in the river had melted, the fields should also be thawed and ready for cultivation. Spring was coming. Just as Lu Qian was helping Guo Sufei to dry the seeds under the sun, she suddenly heard someone call her, "Qian Qian," what a familiar voice. She quickly raised her head and looked over the Zhang family's low wall. She saw her father, Uncle Lu Tufu, and cousin Lu Yeye who had already walked to the door. She cried out in surprise, "Father," then, like a swallow, she flew to the door and took her father's hand. How could she not miss her family after not seeing them for almost half a month? So, when she saw them, her eyes were red and her nose was sour. Lu Yeye said, "Sister, I'm here too. Can't you see me?" Lu Qian also took her hand and said, "I see you. How can I not see you? I only have such a beautiful sister. How can I not see you?" Lu Yeye giggled and said, "Sister, look at you. You haven't seen father for a few days and your eyes are already red. Don't say that I'm crying in the future. You're not any better. Aya, your complexion is so bad. Could it be that you suffered at their place? But, that's not right. Your skin seems to be more delicate than before. It's also a lot whiter. You're also a little fatter than before. Why is it that after not seeing you for 10 days, your beauty has actually caught up to mine?" Lu Qian rebuked, "You little girl, you're just using nice words to scare me." Lu Yeye panicked and said, "It's true, sister. I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, look in the mirror." Lu Qian's heart skipped a beat, but she did not continue the conversation. How could Mr. Lu and Butcher Lu notice this? He thought it was just 2 children playing around. At this time, Zhang Kai also came out with his family to welcome them. Mr. Lu hurriedly went forward to salute and asked Zhang Kai, "Brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. Are you feeling better?" Zhang Kai also returned the salute and said, "Thanks to brother, I'm already better now. Look, I even threw away my crutches." Then, he had Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua come up to greet him. The last time Mr. Lu came, he saw everyone. However, at that time, the 2 brothers were lying on the sickbed. Meeting them this time, looking at the 2 dignified young people, he couldn't help but praise in his heart, these 2 children, although their looks are ordinary, it's rare that they're so introverted. They've never studied before, but they actually have such a temperament. Children can be taught. He hurriedly helped the 3 of them up and said with a smile, "It seems that the 2 of you have recovered from your injuries. This is worthy of celebration. However, nephew Xiaolong injured his muscles and bones. It's better for him to be more careful. He can only work after resting for 100 or so days. Don't hurt your body for the farm work in front of you." "Oh, right, how come you removed the splint in just 10 days? Zhang Xiaolong moved his arm and said, "I'll pay attention to uncle's words." Look, my arm is fine now. Although I can't do heavy work, I reckon that after a few days, ordinary farm work shouldn't be a problem. Butcher Lu continued, nephew's body isn't just strong. Our village's Wang heir fell on his butt when he went up the mountain to chop firewood and had to lie in bed for half a year. You've recovered in just a few days. Let me take a look. As he said this, he went forward to grab Zhang Xiaolong's arm. Lu Qian was anxious and quickly blocked her uncle's hand. She said, Uncle, your hand is used to carrying 100 or so pounds of fat pig. Xiaolong's arm is just right. If you grab Xiaolong's hand like this, don't damage his arm. Butcher Lu awkwardly retracted his hand and said with a self-deprecating smile, then I won't look. Lu Yeye seemed to have noticed something and used her elbow to poke Lu Qian. She winked at her and smiled mischievously. Lu Qian's face heated up and her hands and feet became uncomfortable. Fortunately, at this time, Mr. Lu saw Zhang Xiaohua again. He patted his head and said, Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've grown quite a bit. I see that by the end of this year, you'll be able to catch up to your two brothers. Also, looking at your eyes, they're overflowing with energy. I feel that you've become a lot more sensible. These words weren't false. When Mr. Lu first saw Zhang Xiaohua, he had just been beaten up by a bully and was worried about his father and brother's injuries. Naturally, his expression was gloomy and listless. Now that his family's injuries were mostly healed, his mood was naturally good. Moreover, there was also an unknown reason, so he naturally looked different. Zhang Xiaohua was also obedient. He raised his head and said, Uncle, this is all thanks to Sister Lu. Not only did she take care of Big Brother and help our mother with the housework, she also taught me a lot of principles and taught me to recognize many words. With her influence, I naturally became more sensible. These words made Mr. Lu's heart very happy. He laughed loudly and said, Good child, good child. Brother, I envy you for having such good children. Zhang Kai said modestly, we've neglected to discipline them. They also don't know how to read and write. Brother, you must be joking. Mr. Lu disagreed, that's not true. This is innate temperament and not something that can be cultivated. Even if your family has a lot of money, it's rare to have such good children. Butcher Lu said, you two stop flattering each other. We're all familiar with each other. After walking for an entire morning, my throat is so thirsty that it's about to smoke. Let's go in and drink some water. When Zhang Kai and Mr. Lu heard this, they both laughed loudly. Zhang Kai quickly led everyone into the central room. Everyone sat down to talk. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian went to boil water and make tea. Lu Yeye also followed. Taking advantage of the fact that the water hadn't boiled and Guo Sufei went into the room to get tea leaves, Lu Yeye quietly asked Lu Qian, Sister, are you interested in that Zhang Xiaolong? Lu Qian blushed and said, What do you mean by interested? When did I? Lu Yeye mocked her and said, looking at your shy face and peach blossom eyes, I know that you're thinking of love. Why don't you honestly admit it? Lu Qian said, You little brat, why do you have so many flowery words? Don't tell me you didn't come to see Zhang Xiaohu. When Lu Yeye heard this, she also said seriously, Sister, your words are wrong. Have you forgotten what we said before? Although Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong are good people and saved us, but our dream is to marry a learned, elegant, and handsome scholar. The two of them do farm work and will be digging for food in the fields for the rest of their lives. Don't tell me we'll also be farm women for the rest of our lives. At that time, I was very grateful to Zhang Xiaohu and did have a good impression of him. Now, I don't deny it. But after thinking about it carefully, I don't want to jump into this fire pit. Sister, you have to understand that this is a matter of a lifetime. If you make the wrong choice, it will be too late to regret. At this time, Lu Qian also stopped smiling and said seriously, Yes, yeah, I am also like this. That's why I am especially hesitant. Although I hope that my husband is a scholar, after meeting so many scholars over the years, none of them left a deep impression on me as Zhang Xiaolong, this farmer. He has a temperament and courage that most people don't have. I have only known him for a short period of time, and this short period of time is more profound than many people in a few decades. I can't tell you how I feel in my heart, it can't be described with words. Actually, your choice is not wrong, my choice is not wrong. Everyone has their own freedom and has to choose their own choice. Lu Yeye smiled bitterly and said, Sister, I hope your choice is not wrong. In the future, Lu Qian interrupted her and said, It's too early to say this. I haven't made a final choice. Lu Yeye did not ask any more, and the two of them were silent. Not long after, Guo Sufei took out the tea leaves and boiled the water. Lu Qian steeped the tea, and the three of them returned to the central room together. The people in the central room were laughing and chatting. They were in the middle of a lively conversation. Lu Qian poured the tea for everyone and sat down without saying a word, thinking about her own worries. The members of the Zhang family were used to drinking this tea, so they did not mind. Butcher Lu gulped it down like a cow and did not taste anything. As for Lu Yeye, she seemed to have something on her mind. She took a sip absent-mindedly and put it down. She did not even notice Zhang Xiaohu's casual glance. Only Mr. Lu inadvertently drank a mouthful, and then his expression changed greatly. He did not believe it and drank a second mouthful. He frowned deeply. Then, he smelled the tea fragrance floating from the teacup and drank a third mouthful. Only then did he become surprised and was about to speak. Zhang Kai saw Mr. Lu drink 3 mouthfuls of tea and hurriedly asked, Brother, is there a problem with this tea? Is it not tasty? Mr. Lu said, No, it's not that it's not tasty, it's too tasty. Brother, what kind of tea is this? Zhang Kai said awkwardly, Brother, I don't know. Our family never drank tea before. This is the tea that Lu Qian brought from your family. Mr. Lu turned his head and asked Lu Qian, Qian, is this tea from home? Lu Qian was thinking about her own worries. When she heard her father ask her, she hurriedly said, What is it? Father, what are you asking me? Chapter 34. Mr. Lu asked with concern, Qian, are you feeling unwell? Lu Qian smiled and said, Father, it's nothing. I'm just a bit distracted. What did you ask me just now? Mr. Lu said, Did you bring this tea from home? Lu Qian understood her father's meaning and said, Yes, father. It's the kind that you often drink. The last time I came, I brought it for myself to drink. Do you think that this tea is especially delicious? Mr. Lu tasted another mouthful and said, Yes, it doesn't taste like the tea I drink at home. This tea's fragrance is really enticing. Mr. Lu didn't have any hobbies in his life, but he liked to drink tea. He drank a lot of different types of tea and had prepared a lot of them at home. Otherwise, Lu Qian wouldn't like to drink tea. However, the tea he drank today was different from the ones he drank in the past. There was an indescribable fragrance in his mouth. These tea leaves were what he used on a daily basis. It must be the water used to brew the tea that was different. Mr. Lu was flabbergasted. Although the Guozhuang house was far from Baligo, it was only half a day's journey. How could the water quality be so different? Mr. Lu asked, Qian, why is the water in the Guozhuang house so much better than the water in Baligo? Lu Qian blinked her eyes at Mr. Lu and said, Yes, father. The water here is really clear and delightful. Lu Qian knew that this uncle of hers was famous for being outspoken. If he knew something, it meant that all the villagers in Baligo knew. She had already told him not to tell anyone about what happened in Lu town. Who knew if everyone in Baligo already knew about it? The matter of the well water was something that she couldn't let him leak out. Mr. Lu saw Lu Qian blinking at him and tacitly stopped asking. However, Butcher Lu heard it and interrupted, Isn't that simple? Let Zhang Xiaolong send you a bucket every day. Mr. Lu was happy and said, "Second brother, let's not talk about the half a day's journey from the Guzhuang house to Bali Go. Even if it was delivered, the water might not be as good as it is now." Seeing that Butcher Lu didn't understand, he continued, "It's best if the water used to make the tea is freshly fetched from the river. If it's left for too long, the vitality in the water will be gone, and the tea fragrance will be gone." Butcher Lu's face was full of disdain as he said, "Only you scholars are so particular. Why don't I feel the same way? Don't you think so, Brother Zhang?" After saying that, he picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. On the other side, Zhang Kai also chuckled. He didn't say anything and drank the tea in his cup. Lu Qian went forward and poured another cup for everyone. Mr. Lu picked up the newly poured cup of tea and placed it by his nose. He sniffed it carefully and then sipped it with his mouth. He also tasted it carefully. There was an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Butcher Lu mocked, "What's so good about this water that's so bland that it's like a bird? Drinking wine is more satisfying." Mr. Lu pursed his lips and said, "How can you know my joy? Our interests are different, so we don't talk much. Unfortunately, after drinking this tea today, how am I supposed to taste tea in the future?" Butcher Lu was happy and said, "Isn't that simple? You can move to the Guzhuang house and live there. I heard that the Guzhuang house doesn't have a teacher. If you come, they can't wait to welcome you." Mr. Lu's eyes lit up and said, "Even a boor like you can think of such a good idea. This saying is true. The ancients said, if you eat 300 lychees a day, you will not refuse to be a person of Lingnan. It's rare that I'm fated to encounter such good water and good tea. To be able to become a person of the Guzhuang house for this good tea, it can be considered a good story." He said it casually, but it sounded meaningful. Mr. Lu's words, "It's rare that we're fated," woke Lu Qian from her daydream. It was like a bolt of lightning that struck Lu Qian's heart, splitting open the knot in her heart that had been tangled in her heart for many days. Yes, it's rare that we're fated. A few days ago, she still felt that she was fated with Zhang Xiaolong. Now that she had walked into a dead end, she actually doubted this fate. Now that she thought about it carefully, from the moment she met Zhang Xiaolong, he was injured in order to save her. She took care of his injuries to repay his kindness. Then she discovered the precious well water, and now her father was willing to come to the Guzhuang house. She completely dispelled her last layer of apprehension that she was unwilling to marry far away in order to take care of her father. She was clear that this well water was only available in the Zhang family. She couldn't drink it anywhere else in the Guzhuang house. Thinking about the miraculous uses of the well water, she was even more moved. This was a guarantee for her father's health. Didn't all of this mean that she was fated with Zhang Xiaolong? This fate was predestined by the heavens. Wasn't it enough for her to be proud of? A single thought leads to everything. The large stone in Lu Qian's heart was lifted by the heavens. At this time, she finally noticed everyone's reaction after her father finished speaking. Seeing that everyone didn't understand, Lu Qian explained, "This lychee is a very delicious fruit in the legends. It only grows in a place like Lingnan. After the ancients ate this lychee, they couldn't forget it. They sighed and said that if they could eat lychees every day, they would be willing to move to Lingnan." Only then did everyone understand. Zhang Kai said in surprise, "If Mr. Lu wants to move to our Guzhuang house, we'll definitely welcome you. I'll go back and report to the Guzhuang house's Guo clan head to arrange a place for my brother." Mr. Lu hurriedly said, "Old brother, this matter isn't urgent. We'll talk about it later. Let's leave it for fate, ha." Then, Mr. Lu took another sip of tea and said the real purpose of his visit to the Zhang family. He looked at Zhang Kai and said, "Old brother, the main purpose of our visit this time is to bring Qian Qian home for a while. This child has already stayed here for a period of time. She must be homesick. Our family also needs her to go back and tidy up. This month, Yaya should have come over a long time ago. Last time, she didn't come with Qian Qian because our family also needs a girl to take care of them. This time, let her come over and swap places with Qian Qian. What do you think? Zhang Kai didn't dare to express his opinion. He hurriedly turned to look at Guo Sufei. Guo Sufei looked at Mr. Lu and Butcher Lu's sincere expressions, as well as Lu Yeye's expressionless face. She already had an idea in her heart. She smiled and said to Mr. Lu and Butcher Lu, "We appreciate the two brothers' intentions. In the time that Qian Qian has stayed here, she has helped us a lot. Xiaolong, Xiaohu, as well as our family head, have all recovered from their injuries. They can basically move around without hindrance. Qian Qian also doesn't need to stay here to take care of Xiaolong and the others. If Mr. Lu wants Qian Qian to go back, I'll pack up the child's things and go back with you guys in the afternoon. There's no need for you Yeye to stay here." Hearing Guo Sufei's words, Lu Yeye's face clearly showed a burst of joy. Lu Qian raised her head and inadvertently saw the disappointment between Zhang Xiaohu's brows. Her heart couldn't help but let out a thump as she thought to herself, "This Zhang Xiaohu is usually quiet and I've never heard him ask about Yu. Looking at his expression now, it's a bit troublesome. When I have time, I'll have to remind Zhang Xiaohu that my sister's thoughts are clearly not here." Butcher Lu wasn't happy and said, "Sister-in-law, look at what you're saying. Didn't we already agree before that Yu would also do her best? Now that she's here, how can we let her slack off?" Guo Sufei smiled and said, "Brother Lu, I know that you're a straightforward person. If we have any difficulties, how can we hide it from you? Look at these two children and your brother Zhang. They're all glowing with health and it's easy for them to move around. There's really no need for your daughter to stay." Mr. Lu also smiled at this time and stopped Butcher Lu's insistence. He said, "Since sister-in-law has said so, then I'm sure there's really no need for the children to stay. Second brother, there's no need to insist on anything. As for whether Qian Qian will come back with us later, it's better to ask her first." Lu Qian thought for a moment and said, "How about this, father? I won't go home with you this time. There's Yu to take care of the family, so there shouldn't be a big problem. I've only been out for less than a month. Although I miss home, it's not to the point where I have to go home. Moreover, Xiaolong's injuries have reached the final stage. I can't leave with a strong start but a weak finish. I'll wait until he's fully recovered." Butcher Lu couldn't help but stand up and say, "Did you just discuss this with your father? Why do you speak so much like your father?" Lu Qian asked curiously, "Second uncle, what do you mean?" Before Butcher Lu could speak, Lu Yu spoke up, "Sister, on the way here just now, the two elders made a bet. Your father said that you definitely won't go home, but my father said that you will. My father asked why and your father said that Qian Qian has never liked to leave with a strong start. She's only been at the Guizhuang house for less than a month. Presumably, Zhang Xiaolong's injuries haven't healed yet. Under these circumstances, she definitely won't go home. See, what you said is very similar to what your father said. Of course, my father was very angry and thought that the two of you colluded together." This Lu Yu was very eloquent. She used the words "your father" and "my father" to make everyone laugh. Lu Qian said to Butcher Lu, "Second uncle, you've watched me grow up. How can you not know my temper?" Butcher Lu said helplessly, "I only remember that you were a little girl with a runny nose. Who knew that you and Yu would grow up in a few years? How can I remember your temper? I thought that since you've never left home, you would miss home. But you're still not as good as your own father." While they were talking, Guo Sufei saw that it was getting late and went out to prepare lunch. Lu Qian and Lu Yu naturally went out to help, leaving the group of men to chat in the house. The Zhang family's meal was as simple as usual. It didn't take long for it to be ready. Zhang Xiaohua also came back with wine from outside the village. Butcher Lu was naturally beaming with joy. After lunch, the sun was already setting in the west. Mr. Lu and his group of three bid farewell and returned to the village. Mr. Lu invited Zhang Kai and said, "Brother, Tomorrow is the second day of the second lunar month. There's a temple fair at Bali Go. Why don't you come to my place for a small gathering tomorrow? Zhang Kai thought about it and refused. Although my injuries have healed, I still haven't fully recovered. It's inevitable that I'll get sick if I go too far. Moreover, the elders at home are still sick. It's better not to go too far. When I have time in the future, I'll definitely pay them a visit. Mr. Lu knew that it was the truth, so he didn't insist. Everyone parted at the village entrance. Lu Qian brought Zhang Xiaohua along and sent them off. Only then did they reluctantly part and watch their loved ones gradually disappear into the distance. Chapter 35. In the Misty School's meeting hall, the Misty Six Tigers and Zhang Qingyue were discussing the development of the faction and the meeting between O Peng and the other factions on the 2nd of February. O Peng was still sitting in his usual spot. He looked at his senior and junior brothers who had grown up together with him from the front. After nearly 10 days of rest, he seemed to have completely controlled his power that had skyrocketed. The light in his eyes was already restrained. Based on his appearance, it was impossible to tell that he was a martial arts expert. He had truly returned to his natural state. O Peng was very pleased. In fact, he wasn't the only one who was happy. Aside from Zhang Qingyue, who didn't take any pills, everyone else was in a very good mood. Of course, after 10 days of cultivation, their original excitement had already calmed down. What they needed to do now was to readjust the development strategy of the Misty School and work hard to strengthen the faction. They wanted to quickly become a super faction that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Dalan Temple, Incense Sect, and Heaven's Way Union. O Peng coughed and cleared his throat before saying, "Fellow disciples, congratulations again on your great improvement in martial arts." The others returned the greeting and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you, faction leader, for your help." O Peng continued, "Now that our Misty School's strength has greatly improved, I don't know what the other 3 factions are doing. Qingyue, is there any news from them?" Zhang Qingyue quickly said, reporting to faction leader, "There's news from Wanjian Peak. Sword Master Wan Qingjiu and his protectors have been in seclusion for a few days. After they came out, they were like everyone else and didn't see any outsiders. They must have improved their strength. The Tan family is a family business and the spies we sent out can't enter the upper echelons, so we don't know the specific situation. As for Yanming Villa, we can't interfere at all. The servants outside know very little and don't know the situation inside the villa." O Peng wasn't too happy and said, "Qingyue, you've already done a lot of work in this area, but it's not enough. We need to expand the Misty School in the future, we can't do without news. You need to speed up and use all kinds of methods to nail our spies in the various factions. Without news, we'll be blind." Zhang Qingyue's face was full of guilt as he said, "Yes, master, I'll definitely pay attention in the future." O Peng continued, "This is because I didn't instruct you properly. Before, I only let you practice martial arts, but now I need to teach you more about the faction's affairs. In this regard, you should learn more from your 4th martial uncle and be more attentive in the future." Zhang Qingyue nodded. Then, O Peng said, "The medicinal herbs in the secret plane, the pharmacy hall has refined another batch of medicinal pills. Now there are nearly 50 pills in total. Martial brothers, tomorrow afternoon, prepare to go into seclusion and practice. Pay attention to keep this a secret. Also, Qingyu, you should inform your junior brothers as well." Everyone nodded. O Peng thought for a moment and said, "Qingyu, pick a few of the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples with good aptitudes and come to the discussion hall tomorrow. The core disciples still need to be expanded." At this moment, Shangguan Laosi interjected, "Senior brother sect leader, now that our ethereal sect's strength has increased greatly, we should consider how to expand the scope of our strength." O Peng nodded and said, "Yes, this is also one of the topics for today's gathering. Boss Hu suggested, 4th brother, expansion isn't something that can be achieved in one bite. Do you have any ideas?" Shangguan fourth brother said, these past few days, I've been thinking about this problem. Now I have a little idea. Peng smiled and said, then hurry up and say it. Who doesn't know that you're our Misty School's treasure of wisdom? Shangguan fourth brother said, actually, this idea isn't that difficult. I think the first step is to follow Senior's idea and raise the strength of our core disciples. We'll use these core disciples to form an elite group and assign them to the Foreign Affairs Hall to carry out the task of expanding our influence. Our southern sect's strength has increased because of this opportunity. It's not suitable for us to fight with them at this stage. Moreover, Senior may form an alliance with them next time, so we can't touch the south. The Luo Shui gang in the east and the Golden Crow sect in the west used to be weaker than us. They're good targets for us to make a move on. However, if we attack them at the same time, it will divide our strength. Senior needs to weigh the pros and cons. Peng thought for a moment and said, for now, let's set it as the Luo Shui gang. The Golden Crow sect is in the west and their influence intersects with the 10,000 Swords sect. I'm afraid they're in cahoots with the 10,000 Swords sect. Who knows, the 10,000 Swords sect might also be watching them. The Luo Shui gang has always been based on the Luo River. This is what we lack. Now that they're still young, we'll take them down first. Advancing on land and water will bring endless benefits to our Misty School. Boss Hu said, third brother, water is our weakness. Why don't we attack the Xian Rong sect in the east? After all, the Xian Rong sect's foundation isn't very deep. On land, we're also confident. Peng smiled and said to Boss Hu, eldest brother, you and I have been deceived by the Xian Rong sect's low profile. I just received news that the leader of the Xian Rong sect is an abandoned disciple of the Dalan Temple's law-enforcing elder. This Xian Rong sect is obviously a pawn that the Dalan Temple has planted in our Pingyang City and Yu City. We can't act blindly. Besides, although the Luo Shui gang originated from the Luo Shui gang, as long as we make a move first and plan well, our chances of success are still very high. Peng took a sip of tea and continued, moreover, our Misty School has always been on land. Pingyang City's location is also sandwiched between the Luo Shui gang, the Golden Crow sect and the Xian Rong sect. There's limited space for development. If we take over the Luo Shui gang's influence and make use of the Luo River, it'll be very beneficial for the gang's development. Everyone was silent and deep in thought. After half a cup of tea's time, Shangguan Laosi spoke, fourth brother, according to this train of thought, I don't think I've sent enough people. Peng said, I've long thought about this. The development of the Misty School requires manpower. In the past, our sect focused on elites. Now that the strength of our senior disciples has increased, the number of junior disciples is obviously insufficient. How about this, Qingyue, you consider recruiting a batch of disciples recently to strengthen our sect's strength. You can handle the details. Zhang Qingyue nodded in agreement. Then, Peng said to Zhang Qingyue, you can leave first. Inform your junior brothers that you should also rest well and prepare to improve your skills tomorrow. Zhang Qingyue's excited face was flushed red as he bowed and left. Lu Laowu, who had not interjected all this while, spoke now, isn't it just improving your skills? Looking at you, Qingyue, what's there to be excited about? Zhang Qingyue thought to himself, old master, that's improving my skills. How can I not be excited? I heard that you've improved your skills for 20 years. How can I not be excited? Of course, his mouth still said, yes, fifth Shishu is right. Martial nephew should be calm in the face of chaos. Peng said, don't listen to your fifth Shishu's nonsense. However, you shouldn't be too excited. When you take the medicine, you must use it calmly. Otherwise, it will be a waste. Zhang Qingyue quickly walked out, only wanting to quickly leave fifth Shishu's sight. When Zhang Qingyue walked out of the conference hall, Peng looked back and said to Lu Laowu with a smile, fifth Shidi, Qingyue is a steady child. Don't always make fun of him. Su Laowu also said, "Hee hee, you're still talking about him." When Laowu took the bone-strengthening pill that day, wasn't he just as excited? When he came out, he drank with the stone cow. If he wasn't happy, how could he be so drunk? Lu Laowu's face turned red as he argued, "I absorbed the medicine and was tired from cultivating. Otherwise, how could I not drink as much as the stone cow?" Everyone roared with laughter. Then, Peng sternly said to everyone, "Brothers, the medicine taken from the secret plane last time has been refined. In a few days, it will be the second day of the dragon raises its head. Our 4 sects have agreed to meet at Wudong Mountain. This time, we will discuss the next time we enter the secret plane to take the medicine. Perhaps we will discuss the alliance. What do you all think?" Shangguan Laowu said, "Senior, I think this alliance is unlikely." Peng said, "Why?" Shangguan Laowu explained, "Of course, Wan Jianfeng and our Misty School can form an alliance. We are all Jianghu gangs. We share fortune and misfortune together. However, Yanming Villa and the Tan family, although they are in Jianghu, they basically don't participate in Jianghu affairs. They have no reason and no strength to form an alliance with us." Peng touched his chin thoughtfully and said, "Of course, a superficial alliance won't work. Our 4 sects can't explain to other Jianghu sects in terms of development, sphere of influence, and gang composition. If we announce an alliance, it will definitely attract the attention of other sections. At that time, we will lose more than we gain. I prefer a loose alliance, or an alliance between the 4 leaders, rather than an alliance between gangs. This way, we can share the secret of the secret plane and keep the news of the secret plane from leaking." Hu Laowu nodded and said, "This idea is good. The purpose of this alliance is only for the secret plane. It is separated from the interests of the gangs. Once any party leaks the news of the secret plane, the other 3 sects will kill them together." Peng smiled bitterly and said, "If the news is leaked, there will be no need for the other 3 sects to crusade. There will soon be a bloody storm in Jianghu. So, we must seize the time to strengthen our own strength." Then, Peng turned his head and asked Li Laowu, who had been looking down and not speaking, "Second senior, have you read the sword manual?" Li Laowu nodded and didn't reply. Peng didn't care and continued to ask, "How many of our Misty School's current disciples can change?" Li Laowu also shook his head. Peng said a little dispiritedly, "Alas, it is indeed inappropriate to change halfway. Fourth senior, when Qing Yu recruits disciples, you can also choose some of them to practice this sword manual. At the same time, you can also ask second senior to guide you. It is best if second senior can take in a few more disciples." Li Laowu nodded in agreement. It seemed that since his strength improved last time, he was more focused on the cultivation of the sword and didn't speak much. Chapter 36. The main person in charge of cultivating the disciples of the Misty School was Shangguan Laosi, so he naturally nodded in agreement. Peng continued, "Although there are a lot of herbs in this secret plane, they are still limited. Last time I brought back some herbs, I asked Yan to take one of them and cultivate them in her Huanxi mountain villa, but I don't know if it will be effective. Sixth junior brother, you have to pay attention to this. If Yan has any requests, you have to do your best to coordinate." Su Laosi smiled and said, "No problem, third senior brother. Yan, this girl likes to fiddle with strange things the most. Maybe we can really cultivate good herbs for her." At the mention of Peng this sister, everyone's face was full of smiles. Boss Hu also said, "Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, Yan, this little girl is also an adult. How can we not be old?" Lu Laosi, who was drinking silently and didn't participate in the discussion, also said, "That's right. The little girl who peed on my head back then has now become a heroine." Peng glared and said, "These words can only be said in front of the brothers. If there's an outsider or Yan present, you absolutely can't say it." Then he added, "Unless you don't want your big axe anymore." Lu Laozi shrank his head and said, I know, I don't want this great ant to sink my axe into the Luo River again. Everyone burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere was swept away. Everyone tasted the tea for a while, then Boss Hu said, Laozi, it's not far from the 2nd of February. You also have to prepare. Ask Laozi, and Laozi to go with you. Also pick a group of capable disciples from the 2nd generation so that they can take care of each other. Peng shook his head and said, I think this year's 2nd of February will be the same as last year. I will only bring Madame O and a few serving maids. It will look like we are going to the Dragon God Temple to burn incense. We can't let others know. Shangguan Laozi shook his head and said, Third senior brother, our Misty School has made such a big move, there's no way they wouldn't notice it. Maybe they don't know our real trump card, but we can't let our guard down. It's better to bring more people, just in case. Peng pondered for a moment and said, Fourth martial brother, you're still looking at the situation with the same eyes as before. Right now, our martial arts are well known in Jianghu and can be ranked at the top. I believe that if I insist on escaping, there aren't many people in Jianghu who can stop me. And those few people can be counted with one's fingers. How could they lower themselves to ambush me? Shangguan Laozi gave Boss Hu a look. Boss Hu thought for a moment and said, Lao San, what Laozi said makes sense. It's better to be safe than sorry. Jianghu is full of conspiracies and intrigues. Protecting yourself is the way to go. You're the face of our Misty School, so you can't afford to have any mishaps. How about this, since you don't want to attract attention, then you don't need to bring too many people. Why don't you bring Laozi and the girls with you? Before he finished, Peng didn't say anything. Instead, Lu Lao Wu applauded and said, Big brother, that's a good idea. That Laozi used to be a cart driver. After not driving for a few years, he's probably itching for a fight. Moreover, his body is now like an iron shield. He can block the hidden weapons for sister-in-law. Peng had no choice but to agree and said, All right, then it's settled. I won't bring the 2nd generation disciples. They still need to improve their skills. Don't delay their development. As for those who don't improve their skills this time, it's useless for me to bring them along. Everyone saw that Peng had given in and didn't insist on it anymore. After arranging the sect's affairs, everyone dispersed. The candles in the meeting hall were extinguished. The dark hall was like an old man in his twilight years. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Yu City was the main city of Yu Country. It was a few days' journey from Pingyang City. Peng set off early the next day. Since he was going to the Longshan Temple to offer incense, he had to be dressed to do so. He couldn't use his light body technique to travel alone. Just as Lu Lao Wu said, that Laozi was an experienced cart driver. When he heard that he was going to drive the sect master's cart to Yu City, he got on the horse early and checked the condition of the cart carefully. Now, he was driving the cart smoothly and proudly on the road. He was enjoying it very much. Peng and Madame O sat in the cart. Although this cart was specially made by the sect, it was rare to see it so stable. Peng looked at the cup full of wine on the small table in the room. He couldn't help but smile and say to Madame O, this Laozi's skills in driving the cart are not to be trifled with. We can't go without him when we go out in the future. Madame O also smiled sweetly and said, that's a waste of his talent. Peng said, what is lacking the most in the martial arts world today? Talent. This is talent. He has the ability to fight against 10,000 people and can drive so steadily. He's a compound talent. My Misty School has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Madame O rebuked, you, the sect master, are serious in the sect. Why do you have a bad smile on your face now? Speaking of compound talents, you're the best in the sect. Not only are you the best in the world at ethereal steps, but you're also the best in making your wife happy. Peng laughed and said to the outside, Laozi, good job. You're the best at driving a cart in the sect. I can't compare to you. You're not good at making your wife happy. I'm the best in the sect. When the stone cow heard this, he laughed out loud and drove the cart even harder. Madame O blushed in the cart and hit O Peng, causing the maids in the cart to laugh softly. At this time, the Lao Si's wild singing came from outside the cart. It must be because the Lao Si had traveled to a remote place and the Lao Si sang. Everyone listened carefully. The Lao Si sang, "Sister, you sit at the bow of the boat. I walk on the shore. Love and love, the rope swings." It was a song that the Lao Si had learned from somewhere. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. After traveling for a few days, they were about to reach U City. The journey was peaceful and they didn't encounter any trouble. The road outside U City was very wide and there were many trees planted along the road. The weather was warm now and there were some greenery on the treetops. There were also many passers-by and the cart could no longer gallop as freely as before. However, under the Lao Si's skillful driving, the speed didn't slow down. Madame O looked at the scenery outside the window and praised, "This U City is indeed the main city of our U nation. It's much more prosperous than Pingyang City. Even the outskirts are so lively. I wonder if the Dragon God Temple is full of people now." When the cart arrived at the Dragon God Temple, they realized that the inside and outside of the temple were full of people. There was no place for the cart to stop. Fortunately, O Peng and the rest had martial arts and weren't afraid of the crowd. They moved slowly with the crowd and soon arrived in front of the temple. Everything was the same as in the past. O Peng and his wife offered incense to the dragon god, made a wish, kowtowed and gave alms. Then, they followed the crowd out of the dragon god temple. The Lao Si stood on the cart and looked around. When he saw O Peng and the rest coming over, he immediately jumped down from the cart and said, "Sect Master, why are you out so soon?" O Peng said, "There are so many people coming here every year. The incense is very prosperous. The monks in the temple are all busy and can't talk to their abbot. We'll talk about it when we have time." The Lao Si gestured for everyone to get on the cart and then asked O Peng, "Sect Master, are we going to the U City branch now?" O Peng waved his hand and said, "There's no hurry to go to the branch. Go to the restaurant next door to buy some wine and food. We'll go to Wudong Mountain now." The Lao Si agreed and went to buy wine and food. Madame O asked curiously, "Why are we going to Wudong Mountain again? Last time, you, Yanming Jusher, Wan Qingjiu and Tan Yefeng were drinking wine and discussing heroes at Wudong Mountain. Could it be again this time?" O Peng smiled and said, "Yes, I didn't have enough fun last year. Of course, I have to continue this year." Not long after, the Lao Si bought the wine and food and then drove to Wudong Mountain. The Dragon God Temple was at the foot of Wudong Mountain. Not long after, the carriage arrived at a place where they could climb the mountain. There were also some wine shops and inns in this place. O Peng and the others booked a few rooms and arranged for Madame O and a few maids to rest. O Peng took the Lao Si and walked up the mountain path. Wudong Mountain was not too high and it was not the season to climb the mountain. There were not many tourists. O Peng used his qinggong to walk in front. Although the Lao Si practiced external martial arts and also carried wine and food, he was not much slower than O Peng on the mountain path. Not long after, O Peng reached the top of the mountain. Then, the Lao Si also came up. Looking at the Lao Si's calm and steady breathing, O Peng could not help but mutter in his heart. Although he had only used 30% of his qinggong, he was good at qinggong. This 30% of his qinggong was already very impressive in the martial arts world, but the Lao Si was not much slower than him. It could be seen that the effect of this bone-strengthening pill was extraordinary. At this time, it was almost noon. The top of Wudong Mountain was bathed in sunlight and was very warm. O Peng looked under the tree at the top of the mountain. No one had come yet. O Peng called the Lao Si to walk under the tree. He sat on the stone and let the Lao Si place the wine and food he bought one by one in the open space under the tree. Before the Lao Si finished placing the wine and food, Peng heard footsteps coming from the mountain path. He stood up and saw a short and strong man coming up from the bottom of the mountain. It was the Wanjian Peak sword master, Wan Qingjiu. Peng stepped forward and bowed. "Brother Wan, how have you been?" Wan Qingjiu leaped to the top of the mountain and returned the greeting. "Sect leader came really early. We agreed to meet at noon. I thought I was early, but I didn't expect someone to come even earlier." Peng said, "I came a little earlier to arrange the wine and get drunk." Wan Qingjiu said, "Sect leader is meticulous. I admire you." So the two walked under the tree and chatted. After a while, the sun in the sky was about to hang above their heads. It was almost noon, but the other two still hadn't appeared. Peng and Wan Qingjiu couldn't help but think, could it be that something happened? Just as they were thinking, they heard a voice from the bottom of the mountain. Brother Tan was half a step late. This little brother has won this round. It was Yenming Jusher's hearty laughter. Peng and Wan Qingjiu smiled at each other and turned to look at the intersection. They saw Yenming Jusher's thin figure appear on the path to the top of the mountain. A middle-aged man with a medium build and dressed like a rich man also climbed up the mountain. It was the Tan family's patriarch, Tan Yefeng. Chapter 37. When the four met, they greeted each other. Wan Qingjiu asked, "Why do you say that, Brother Yenming?" Yenming Jusher smiled and said, "Brother Tan and I met at the bottom of the mountain. When we saw that it was almost time, we made a bet to see who would reach the top first. It seems that I'm the early bird that reached first." Peng smiled and said, "Brother Tan's strength isn't in light body technique. You can compete with him in martial arts later." Yenming Jusher waved his hand and said, "I know that. I can't beat him, but today we're only talking about wine and not swords." "Chief you're disappointed." Tan Yefeng also spoke, "Brother Yenming has the upper hand in this bet. I'll drink 3 big bowls in a while." Peng and Wan Qingjiu laughed and said, "Brother Tan is a straightforward person. Come, Brother Yenming, Brother Tan, this way please." Everyone came to the bottom of the tree and saw the stone ox standing there like an iron tower. They asked curiously, "Who is this brother?" Peng introduced, "This is the stone ox, a disciple of the Misty School. Stone ox, come and greet Yenming Jusher and the Tan family's patriarch." The stone ox came over and greeted them. Everyone praised and said that the Misty School was really full of hidden talents. Peng also humbly denied it. Then, Peng let the stone ox guard the entrance to the mountain to prevent people from going up the mountain. Everyone sat down. Tan Yefeng first picked up a jar of wine from the ground and poured it into a porcelain bowl. He said to Yenming Jusher, "Watch carefully, I'll drink first." Then, he put the bowl to his mouth and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he drank another bowl. When he drank the third bowl, Peng said, "Brother Tan, we'll drink with you too." After saying that, he also poured a bowl. Yenming Jusher and Wan Qingjiu also agreed and poured a bowl each. Everyone clinked their bowls and drank it all in one gulp. Then, they put the porcelain bowls on the ground. Tan Yefeng was the first to speak. "Brother you're really thoughtful. I came in a hurry, and seeing that it's getting late, I've already forgotten about the food and wine. I'm sure Brother Yenming has the same thoughts as me, right?" Yenming Jusher said awkwardly, "That's right. I didn't expect there to be so many people in Dragon God Temple. It took me a bit of time to arrange for my family members, and in the end, I ended up delaying my own matters." Wan Jiuqing laughed heartily and said, "I didn't waste any time, but I also forgot about these minor details. But Chief is here to help us. It's fine as long as we have wine to drink. There's no need to say so much." Peng also said, "Brother Wan is right. It's fine as long as someone is prepared. Why should we care about who it is?" Come, let's drink again. Everyone laughed heartily and drank another bowl. Tan Yefeng was the first to speak. Everyone, although there aren't many tourists on Wudong Mountain right now, it's not like there aren't any. Letting the stone cows guard this intersection is only a temporary solution. I think we should return to the main topic and discuss things earlier. Once we've settled the important matters, how about we drink and chat merrily? Yanming Jusher also said, I have the same intention. Oh Peng said, then how about we first confirm the next time we enter the secret area? Wan Qingjiu also nodded in agreement. Tan Yefeng said, but according to the booklet, we can only enter on the 15th of the first lunar month every year. Yanming Jusher said, Brother Tan, don't worry. According to my speculation, the booklet said that we can only enter on the 15th of the first lunar month for 2 reasons. First, it's because of the formation formed by the jujube trees outside this secret area. A passage will only appear on the 15th of the first lunar month every year, allowing people to enter. Second, only the sunlight on the 15th of the first lunar month can accurately indicate the location of the entrance. Before I entered last time, I've already made marks on the 2 jujube trees near the entrance, so it shouldn't be difficult to find the location of this entrance. I've never heard of a formation in the martial arts world that can change with time. Moreover, there are so many days in a year, so the formation can only pass through on a specific day. This is too unbelievable. Brother Wan, Brother O, your faction has been passed down for a long time, and you've encountered many things in the martial arts world. Have you encountered such a thing? Wan Qingjiu and O Peng looked at each other and shook their heads, but O Peng said, although we haven't encountered it, and the ancient books in the faction haven't recorded it, the formation is indeed lost in the martial arts world. We can't be sure that this formation doesn't have the function of a time limit. The 4 of them did not speak. After all, none of them had any attainments in formations. There was no such talent in the faction, and there might not even be such a person in the entire martial arts world. How could they make a decision? Tan Yefeng said, then there are only 2 ways now. One is to wait patiently until the 15th of the first lunar month next year, then organize people to enter. The other is to find time recently to send a few people to explore the path and see if we can enter. What do you think? Wan Qingjiu said, the matter of obtaining the treasure in the secret land is of great importance. There can't be the slightest mistake. Last time, we secretly sent the 2nd-generation disciples there. Although we kept it a secret in advance and didn't leak the news, we can't guarantee that the other factions haven't heard of it. In order to keep it a secret, I suggest that we don't try it rashly without being absolutely sure. Otherwise, if the news is leaked, this secret land won't be the secret land of our 4 factions, but the secret land of the entire martial arts world. O Peng also agreed and said, there are no secrets in the martial arts world. Maybe our meeting at Wudong Mountain this time has already fallen into the eyes of someone with ulterior motives. Presumably, there are already people secretly watching us on this mountain. Yanming Jusher said, are we just going to wait for a year in vain? O Peng said with a smile, Brother Yanming, you don't know the value of salt and rice until you're in charge. Our faction's actions in the martial arts world can't be compared to your family's power. The composition of our faction is complicated, and it's inevitable that the good and the bad are mixed together. It's very difficult to really do anything in secret. We have to be very careful. Wan Qingjiu also nodded in agreement. Yanming Jusher still didn't give up and said, since you all have such intentions, then I'm going to find a time to explore the secret land again. What do you think? Wan Qingjiu and O Peng frowned at the same time. Only Tan Yefeng was expressionless, as if he had already known that Yanming Jusher would have such an idea. O Peng saw Tan Yefeng's expression and asked, what does Brother Tan mean? Tan Yefeng coughed and said, in fact, I also have this intention for a long time. I want to explore the secret land before the 15th of the first month of next year. If Brother Yanming didn't mention it, I would have suggested it to you. Wan Qingjiu lowered his head and didn't speak, as if he was thinking. O Peng said, before deciding whether to go to the jungle or not, I have a proposal to discuss with you and see if it's feasible. Everyone looked at Peng strangely, waiting for him to speak. Peng said, I suggest that we form an alliance and advance and retreat together in the treasure hunting of the secret land. Yanming Jusher shook his head and said, our villa can't form an alliance with your Misty School and Wan Jianfeng. The Jianghu affairs you participate in are too complicated. There are often gang bloody battles. After forming an alliance, it's not good for the development of our villa. Tan Yefeng also repeatedly agreed. Peng said with confidence, you two have misunderstood. The alliance I'm talking about is a little different from the alliance I usually talk about. First, it's not an alliance between gangs. There's no need to participate in the Jianghu affairs between each other. Second, this alliance is purely an alliance between the four of us. Although the four of us can't share weal and woe with each other, we can form an alliance to advance and retreat together in the secret land and enjoy blessings together. Third, this alliance is limited to the secret land and doesn't involve other aspects. What do you think? Wan Qingjiu said with joy, Leader O really has a bright mind. This idea is good. Let's do it. Yanming Jusher and Tan Yefeng also smiled and agreed. So, Peng poured a porcelain bowl of wine, cut his finger with a sword, and dripped blood into the wine. The other three did the same. Peng took the porcelain bowl, shook it slightly, and drank a few mouthfuls. Then he handed it to Wan Qingjiu. Wan Qingjiu still drank it. Then Tan Yefeng and Yanming Jusher all drank the blood wine. Yanming Jusher smashed the porcelain bowl. Everyone laughed and said, the alliance is a success. Everyone drank another bowl of wine together. Peng then said, since Brother Yanming and Brother Tan insist on going, Brother Wan and I will naturally advance and retreat together with you. How about this, at the end of this month, we'll still send disciples to the same place as last time. Brother Yanming will still lead the way. How about it? Yanming Jusher said, no problem. This is my duty. However, this time, do we still send each other's family members to each other's place? Peng, Wan Qingjiu, and Tan Yefeng looked at each other. Peng said, last time was the first time we cooperated, so we didn't feel at ease. Now that we've formed an alliance, we naturally feel at ease. I don't think there's any need. Wan Qingjiu and Tan Yefeng also agreed. At this time, the stone cow walked over quickly and said, Gang leader, there are a few tourists coming up the mountain path from the foot of the mountain. Should we stop them? Peng waved his hand and said, this Wudong mountain isn't our home. Of course, we can't stop others from coming. You don't have to guard it. Just wait here. After saying this, the four poured wine and talked about the strange happenings of the Jianghu with the food and wine. They seemed to be in a leisurely mood. Not long after, a few people came to the top of the mountain. It looked like they were really tourists. After touring the mountain for a while, they saw people drinking and chatting in this picturesque place. They felt disdain and didn't stay long before going down the mountain. Wan Qingjiu asked Peng, could it be that we're being paranoid? Peng smiled and said, these people aren't, but we can't say that there aren't any at the foot of the mountain. These people know that we're all from the Jianghu and have sharp eyes. How could they come up so easily? Peng suddenly thought of something and asked Wan Qingjiu, the news of the secret plane must be kept secret. We can't relax in the slightest. Where is Situ Ping of the evil tiger gang now? Wan Qingjiu smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. Brother don't worry. Although I'm not as meticulous as you, I still know this. Leader Situ hasn't left Wanjian Peak since she returned with my disciple last time. I've already ordered an elder to accept her as a disciple. Moreover, I've also sent a few capable men to Lu Town. Leader Situ won't be Leader Situ anymore, but Wanjian Peak Situ Ping. Chapter 38. Peng asked curiously, what do you mean? Wan Qingjiu smiled and said, if Situ Ping wants to cultivate my 10,000 Swords Peak's martial arts, she naturally has to stay in the 10,000 Swords Peak for a long time. This 10,000 Swords Peak is quite far from Lu Town, so it's naturally inconvenient for her to deal with the matters of the gang. As her martial uncle, I naturally have to do it for her. I have already sent the elite disciples of the gang to Lu Town to take over her evil tiger gang. This kind of small gang, I am only taking care of it for Situ Ping's sake. Oh Peng heard this and only smiled. Brother Wan really is working hard for your disciple. However, in his heart, he said, this old fox, he's still trying to act innocent after taking advantage. Wan Qingjiu also said, isn't it to protect our secret, otherwise, why would I be willing to take over this kind of shit? Everyone said, then it's really been hard on Brother Wan, let's drink a bowl. After that, everyone no longer talked about the secret plane, but talked about the blood of the pugilistic world, romance, and everything else. Only when the food and wine were finished did they split up and go their separate ways. However, they all tacitly agreed not to talk about the treasures they obtained in the secret plane and the improvement of their martial arts. Far away, in a secluded mountain village between Lu Town and Pingyang City, in the same manner that took up a lot of space, there were two people sitting in a large hall in the north. One was a skinny young man, and the other was a middle-aged man whose hair was a little white. They were the evil tiger gang Situ Liang, hall leader Situ Liang and Zhao third brother, hall leader Zhao. The two of them were currently drinking tea with their brows furrowed. Hall Master Zhao drank a mouthful of tea, but did not seem to be able to taste the tea's fragrance. He heavily placed the teacup on the table and asked Situ Liang, Hall Master Situ, it's been almost a month since there's been any news of the gang leader. We don't even know if he's dead or alive, what should we do? Situ Liang said unhappily, Hall Master Zhao, what are you saying? How can you say such inauspicious things during the new year? Hall Master Zhao immediately said embarrassedly, I'm not in a rush. Hey, I take back what I just said. As he said that, he spat on the ground to show that he was taking back what he just said. Then he said, without seeing the gang leader, no one had a good year, who knows what our future will be like. Situ Liang comforted him, although the gang master isn't in the gang, aren't our evil tiger gang's members still here? Everything should be the same as before. It's not like we've wiped out the gang. Hall Master Zhao chuckled and said, Hall Master Situ, you're also saying inauspicious words. Situ Liang was stunned for a moment, then he also spat on the ground and said, take it back, take it back. This is truly annoying, making me speak without thinking. Hall Master Zhao said, it's fine, it's fine. Isn't everyone worried about gang leader's safety? Situ Liang continued, in the past, there have been situations where gang master went out and didn't return, but there would still be news coming back. Furthermore, the time he went out was only a few days at most. Now, it's been so long. Could it be, he really? Situ Liang didn't dare to say any more. Hall Master Zhao continued, Hall Master Situ, when gang leader isn't here, it's the new year. Most of the gang's members are at home celebrating the new year, so there aren't many things to do in the gang. Seeing that the new year is about to end, everyone will be coming back. There are a lot of things to take care of as well. If there is still no news from gang leader, then it doesn't seem too good. At the very least, there will be people's hearts wavering. Situ Liang nodded and said, that's right. We need to have an agenda so that there won't be any large fluctuations. Just as they were talking, someone came to reporting to Hall Master, there are 7 people rushing towards us from 10 li away. It seems like they're from Jianghu. Situ Liang was stunned. He looked at Hall Master Zhao and said, at this time of the year, who could it be? The gang that we're on good terms with already came here before the new year. How could they know about this place if they're not familiar with it? Could it be that they're just passing by? Hall Master Zhao said, perhaps. However, could it be that they're here to cause trouble for us? Situ Liang shook his head and said, the numbers aren't right. If they're here to cause trouble, how could a mere 7 people be a match for our entire evil tiger gang? Although most of the gang members aren't in the gang, there are still a few dozen of them. Hall Master Zhao was also confused and said, then why are they here? Situ Liang said, let's just wait and see. We'll keep an eye on them first and see if they're here for us. However, we need to make preparations to welcome them. Someone, notify the brothers in the gang to make preparations to welcome the guests. Also, prepare signal fireworks. If there's a need, notify the brothers that aren't in the gang to come back and help. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, another person came to reporting to Hall Master Situ, those 7 people are about to reach the entrance of the village. There isn't a large group of people behind them. Situ Liang stood up and said to Hall Master Zhao, let's go. This road in our village only allows people to enter and not exit. It seems like they're here for our evil tiger gang. Hall Master Zhao also stood up and said, let's go, we're going to welcome the guests. These 7 people really did come quickly. When Situ Liang and the others arrived at the entrance of the manor, the sound of their horses' hooves could be heard. Looking from afar, the 7 people were all dressed in black and their faces could not be seen clearly. Only when they got closer could everyone see that the 7 people were of the same height, but they were all different. The one at the front was a young man with delicate features. He was as skinny as Situ Liang, but he carried a large sword on his back. They only saw them arrive at the entrance of the manor and dismount together. Their movements were very nimble and uniform. It was obvious that they had been trained for a long time. When they dismounted, 6 people stood there holding the reins without saying anything. The young man at the front threw the reins in his hands to the person beside him and walked forward himself. He bowed to Situ Liang on the stairs and said, may I ask if you are the evil tiger gang Situ Liang, Hall Master Situ? Situ Liang also quickly bowed and said, that is me. May I ask who you are? The young man said with a smile, this one is Chu Xiang Feng of the 10,000 Swords Peak. I have come under the orders of my family's sword master to deliver news about your gang master, Situ Ping. When Situ Liang heard this, he was shocked. This 10,000 Swords Peak was not something the evil tiger gang could afford to offend. When did the gang master have any relationship with the 10,000 Swords Peak? He said with a smile, may I ask if Xiaoxia Chu has any proof? Chu Xiang Feng did not get angry. He took out a token from his chest and handed it to Situ Liang. Situ Liang took it and looked at it. It was the gang master Situ Ping's token. He could not help but reveal a smile and said, it really is the gang master's token. Xiaoxia Chu, please come in for a chat. Please. However, he did not return the token to Chu Xiang Feng. Chu Xiang Feng did not seem to mind. The group of 7 followed him into the manor. The horses were naturally given to the evil tiger gang to take care of as they entered the inner hall. In the main hall, everyone sat down as the servants brought in tea. Chu Xiang Feng did not pick up the teacup. Instead, he took out a letter from his chest and handed it to Situ Liang, saying, Gang Master Situ has not returned for many days. The gang must be very worried. This is a letter from Gang Master Situ to your honorable gang. Hall Master Situ, please open it. Situ Liang smiled as he received the letter. He opened it and looked at the contents. His calm face revealed a bit of shock. After reading it, he handed the letter to Hall Master Zhao who was beside him. Hall Master Zhao was also very surprised. After reading it, he looked at Situ Liang and nodded slightly. Situ Liang turned around and said to Chu Xiang Feng, Xiaoxia Chu, this token is correct. The words on the letter were also written by our gang master. However, the things in the letter are not things that we can immediately reply to. Can I ask Xiaoxia and the others to rest in our gang for a bit and discuss it with us? Chu Xiang Feng said, of course. However, I ask Hall Master Situ to reply to us as soon as possible. After saying this, he stood up with the other 6 people. Situ Liang quickly had the servants arrange for Chu Xiang Feng and the others to rest. After Chu Xiang Feng and the others left, Situ Liang and Hall Master Zhao immediately had their subordinates release the emergency signal for the evil tiger gang to gather the upper echelons of the gang back to the villa to discuss how to deal with the situation. When the signal was sent out, the two hall masters finally let out a sigh of relief. Hall Master Zhao sat in the main hall. Situ Liang excused himself and returned to his room first. Situ Liang quickly walked back to his small room that was not too far away from the main hall. He turned around to take a look before pushing open the door and entering. This small room was very clean. There was a bookshelf near the wall that was filled with books. There was a desk near the window that was filled with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Situ Liang walked in front of the desk and sat on the chair as he looked outside the window. The tree branches outside the window had already turned green and were swaying in the spring breeze. They were full of life. Situ Liang's eyes, however, swept past the signs of spring and looked at the white clouds floating in the sky. After a while, he shook his head and rubbed his temples. He took out Situ Ping's tablet and used the light coming in from outside the window to carefully examine it. Suddenly, he stood up from the chair and placed the tablet on the table. He quickly walked in front of the bookshelf and gently took out a few books. There was a small box behind the bookshelf. Situ Liang carefully placed the box on the table and opened the lid with one hand, revealing a small porcelain bottle inside. Then, he skillfully picked up a brush and opened the lid of the porcelain bottle. He dipped the brush in some liquid and picked up the tablet with one hand. He used the brush to carefully brush a part of the tablet. Sure enough, on that small part of the tablet, 3 words gradually appeared. It was actually, peaceful endurance. When Situ Liang finished tidying up the things on the table, the words on the tablet had also disappeared. He put the tablet back into his pocket and sat on the chair as he frowned and thought. In the time it took to eat a meal, the sky had already turned dark. Situ Liang was still sitting there without moving at all. At this time, someone lightly knocked on the door. Situ Liang replied, "Come in." Someone lightly pushed open the door and came in to report, "Hall Master Situ, Elder Chu, Hall Master Xing and Hall Master Zhang have already returned. They are currently talking to Hall Master Zhao." Hall Master Zhao told me to inform Hall Master Xing, Situ Liang said softly, "All right, I got it. I'll be there soon." Situ Liang waited for a while and seemed to have made a decision. Only then did he calmly stand up and tidy up the clothes on his body. Slowly, he walked out of the room. The room was not very far from the main hall, but Situ Liang did not walk quickly. The path in the dusk was no different from usual. However, Situ Liang knew that the evil tiger clan today was different from the evil tiger clan of the past. Chapter 39. When Situ Liang walked into the hall, there were 3 people whispering to each other. Hall Master Zhao silently sat in his original position and drank tea. It was as if he hadn't moved at all since Situ Liang left. Situ Liang's footsteps caused the 3 of them to stop talking. The 3 of them exchanged glances. The white-haired old man did not get up from his chair, but the other 2 stood up. One of them had a medium build and looked like a very capable man. The other was a slightly taller build and had a clean face. He looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. They walked to the center of the hall to welcome Situ Liang. The 3 of them greeted each other. Situ Liang asked, "Hall Master Zhang, Hall Master Xing, how was your New Year's at home this year?" The rich middle-aged man said, "It was all right. New Year's with my family is naturally interesting. Compared to Hall Master Situ staying alone in the gang, I feel a bit uneasy." Situ Liang waved his hand and said, "I am alone. Isn't it the same wherever I go? Do you want Brother Zhang, who has a bunch of wives, to stay with me? I heard that Brother Zhang just found a young concubine before the New Year's." The capable man's face was a bit red as he hurriedly said, "Hall Master Situ, you have wronged me. I am only a mortal. I cannot cut off my emotions and desires. I cannot compare to Hall Master Situ, who has received the teachings of an immortal. You can cut off your mortal fate and leave the world of mortals. Hearing this, Situ Liang said with a strange expression, Brother Zhang, do you think I am a monk? I am still preparing to find someone to carry on my family line. Hearing this, the two of them said, that's good. We have been waiting for that day. While the three of them were chatting, Elder Chu was getting impatient. He lightly coughed. Hearing this, Situ Liang quickly walked over and bowed. Elder Chu frowned and nodded, indicating for Situ Liang to sit. Only then did Situ Liang walk over to the chair across from Elder Chu and sit down. Before he could sit down, Elder Chu impatiently asked, Little Liang, is there any news about Ping? This Elder Chu was an elder in the gang. He had basically watched Situ Ping and Situ Ping grow up. Normally, in the hall, he would call them Gang Master and Hall Master. Now that he suddenly called them by their nicknames, it seemed like he was very worried about Situ Ping. Situ Liang's heart warmed up, and he hurriedly said, Elder Chu, my cousin is fine, she is just temporarily unable to return to the sect. Hall Master Xing also asked, what is going on here? Gang leader has always been a steady person. Something must have happened this time. When I asked old Zhao just now, he wouldn't say anything no matter what. He wanted to wait for you. Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Situ Liang nodded and took out the letter from his bosom. He stood up and handed it to Elder Chu. Elder Chu took out the letter and read it carefully. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. After that, Hall Master Xing and Hall Master Zhang also carefully read the letter. After everyone finished reading the letter, the hall fell into a dead silence. Elder Chu was the first to speak, asking, Little Liang, this letter is real, right? Situ Liang nodded and said, this is indeed my cousin's handwriting, and the time matches as well. It shouldn't be fake. Hall Master Zhang continued, but this is strange. Why would Myriad Sword Peak accept the gang leader as a disciple? The gang leader has already passed the best time to practice martial arts. Now that she has joined the Myriad Sword Peak, how can she stand out? Hall Master Xing also said, the most suspicious thing is that the gang leader actually allowed the Myriad Sword Peak disciples to temporarily manage the gang's affairs while she is away. What does this mean? Situ Liang also said, if gang leader joins the 10,000 Swords Peak, then we will naturally become a branch of the 10,000 Swords Peak. To our evil tiger gang, this can be considered a blessing from the heavens. However, the gang leader can't come back immediately. Could it be that she needs to cultivate high-level martial arts? Elder Chu frowned and said, our little bit of power to the Myriad Sword Peak is like a piece of meat on a fly. Why would they care about it? They even let a few disciples take over. Aren't they placing too much importance on it? Hall Master Zhao was silent for a while before saying, there are too many suspicious points in this matter. We should at least let the gang leader come back and give a detailed explanation. Just by finding a few people and a letter, they want us to give our hard-earned territory to others. Isn't this just child's play? Situ Liang gave a bitter smile and said, then what should we do? Can we not endure it? The word, endure, seemed to be especially clear. The rest of the people did not say anything. That's right, what else could they do? In front of absolute martial arts, any schemes or resistance would be futile. However, seeing that everyone was silent, Elder Chu asked, where are the Myriad Sword Peak disciples? Situ Liang said, they've all been arranged to rest. They should have finished eating dinner by now. Elder Chu said, then let them come over for everyone to meet and discuss the details. Situ Liang nodded and sent people to invite Chu Xiang Feng and the others. Not long later, the 7 people from the Myriad Sword Peak arrived at the main hall. The people from the evil tiger gang came forward to greet them. After greeting each other, they sat down. Elder Chu said warmly, Xiaoxia Chu, we are in a remote area here and are lacking in things. I wonder if you can get used to it. Chu Xiang Feng quickly said, Elder Chu is too courteous. My generation has traveled the Jianghu and it is normal for us to sleep in the wilderness. There is nothing we can't get used to in your gang. Elder Chu stroked his beard and said, "That's good." Then he asked, "Can Xiaoxia Chu explain in detail the situation of our gang leader Situ?" Chu Xiangfeng smiled and said, "Senior sister Situ is very fortunate. She was coincidentally chosen by our Myriad Sword Peak's elder Yunfeng and taken in as a disciple. She is currently cultivating in seclusion at the Myriad Sword Peak. Elder Yun is a famous expert in our sect. I'm sure that senior sister Situ's martial arts will improve even further and enter the ranks of the Jianghu experts. As for the details, Chu is not too clear either. Everything will have to wait for senior sister Situ to return and ask her in detail." Chu Xiangfeng's words were watertight, and no one was able to get any clues from him. Seeing that no one was speaking, Chu Xiangfeng smiled and said, "Chu is here on orders from my master to temporarily take over the affairs of your gang. May I know how the discussion went?" Although these words were spoken to the crowd, Chu Xiangfeng's eyes were fixed on Elder Chu, who was sitting at the head of the table. Elder Chu saw Chu Xiangfeng's gaze and was about to speak when someone else spoke first. "Young hero Chu wants us to listen to your commands with just a letter. How can we be convinced?" Chu Xiangfeng turned his head and saw Hall Master Xing. Chu Xiangfeng asked, "Hall Master Xing, what do you think we should do?" Hall Master Xing said, "No matter what, you have to get past me first and let me experience the swordsmanship of the Myriad Sword Peak." Elder Chu hurriedly stopped him. "Hall Master Xing, you can't be so rude." Chu Xiangfeng replied, "It's fine. It's a little inappropriate for us to make your faction obey our orders so easily. Since that's the case, I'll spar with Hall Master Xing for a bit. I'm sure that you'll be convinced of our superiority." Situ Liang hurriedly said, "Xiaoxia Chu, Hall Master Xing, since we're all on the same side, let's not go to the practice field. Let's spar in the hall and not harm each other. Is that all right?" The two of them nodded in agreement. Hall Master Xing shouted to the outside, "Bring my weapon over." Not long after, someone brought in a steel spear that was 8 zhang long. It was Hall Master Xing's famous weapon. Hall Master Xing received the spear with one hand and shook it forcefully. The tip of the spear drew a few arcs in the air, and the long body of the spear emitted a woo-woo sound. The members of the evil tiger gang couldn't help but think to themselves, even though Hall Master Xing's figure has become chubby, he hasn't dropped his martial arts. In contrast, the members of the Myriad Sword Peak didn't seem to have noticed the commotion at all. Chu Xiangfeng unsheathed the large sword on his back and walked to the center of the hall with one hand. Hall Master Xing looked at Chu Xiangfeng and muttered in his heart. There were many swordsmen in the pugilistic world, but it was rare for one to use such a large sword. Furthermore, it seemed that the sword was quite heavy, and Chu Xiangfeng was able to carry it with one hand. While Hall Master Xing was deep in thought, Chu Xiangfeng spoke up, "Hall Master Xing, please." Hall Master Xing didn't stand on ceremony and said, "Very well. Xiaoxia Chu, watch my spear." After saying those words, Hall Master Xing leaped forward and thrust his spear toward Chu Xiangfeng's heart. Chu Xiangfeng didn't seem to be in a hurry. He waited until the tip of the spear was right in front of him before taking a step forward and twisting his waist. Still holding his sword with one hand, he lifted it up along with the tip of the spear. Hall Master Xing immediately felt a powerful force coming from the tip of the spear, and his body couldn't help but sway to the side. Thus, he stomped his foot and stabilized himself with a movement technique. Just as he was about to take a breath to regain his balance, he saw Chu Xiangfeng making use of the momentum of the sword to leap into the air. After reaching an extremely high point, he grabbed the hilt of his sword with both hands and swung it down toward Hall Master Xing. Hall Master Xing was shocked. He only knew how to stab and hack with a sword, but who would have thought that someone would actually use it as a saber? Grabbing the tip of the spear with both hands, Hall Master Xing raised his heaven-burning form to meet the attack head-on. In the blink of an eye, the sword and the spear collided, and a loud "Quang Dang" sounded. Chu Xiangfeng's sword bounced off the shaft of the Damascus steel spear, and Hall Master Xing was forced to retreat 3 steps. Barely managing to stabilize himself, Hall Master Xing saw Chu Xiangfeng swinging his sword once more, making use of the momentum from the rebound to slash at him once more. Hall Master Xing couldn't help but feel bitter. There was no time for him to change his stance, so he could only raise his heaven-burning form to meet the attack head-on. However, with another Quang Dang, Chu Xiangfeng's sword bounced off the shaft of the Damascus steel spear. This time, however, Chu Xiangfeng didn't follow up with another move. Instead, he stood there leisurely with the tip of his sword pointed toward the ground as he stared at Hall Master Xing. On the other hand, Hall Master Xing was forced to retreat 4 steps. This time, he wasn't able to hold on to the Damascus steel spear anymore. His legs went soft, and he fell to the ground. Unable to hold on to the Damascus steel spear in his hands anymore, he tossed it aside. When Hall Master Xing finally stood back up, he realized that the webbing between his thumb and forefinger had been torn. A wave of fear welled up in his heart as he muttered, "I wonder how much strength is hidden in that skinny body of his. What a godly strength. It's fortunate that it was a sparring session, or else I would have been killed by the other party's attack." Seeing the ashen expression on Hall Master Xing's face, Chu Xiangfeng clasped his fist and said, "I admit it." Hall Master Xing returned the gesture and said, "I'm impressed." Chapter 40. The exchange between the two could not be said to have happened in an instant, but it had only taken a few breaths of time for victory and defeat to be decided. This caused the jaws of the evil Tiger Gang members to drop to the ground. On the other hand, the 6 people from the 10,000 Swords Peak had normal expressions. From their point of view, this was completely normal. Hall Master Xing sat on the chair with an ashen face, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock. Situ Liang and the others did not go up to comfort him. Their minds were also quickly turning. They originally felt that they had no choice but to accept the 10,000 Swords Peak sending someone to take over the evil Tiger Gang, but when they saw that it was a youngster, they naturally wanted to give him a show of strength so that he would not look down on the evil Tiger Gang. This way, when the authority of the gang leader was distributed, they would have an advantage. So when Hall Master Xing raised his objection, no one stopped him and instead chose to watch from the side. However, the result was too unexpected. In just 3 moves, Hall Master Xing was defeated. Thinking back to Chu Xiangfeng's 3 moves, the timing of the moves was very clever. Each move was something that Hall Master Xing had no choice but to take on. The positions of the moves were not too tricky and were even wide open. However, the most important thing was the strength of the moves and the power contained in the large sword. It was something that Hall Master Xing could not compare to. It was a great coincidence. If it had been anyone else from the evil Tiger Gang that went up, they would also have had the same result. No wonder the evil Tiger Gang only sent 7 people. These 7 people were equivalent to half of the evil Tiger Gang. Seeing the evil Tiger Gang members' uncertain expressions, Chu Xiangfeng did not give them too much time to think. He held the large sword in his hand and said loudly, "Everyone, if there is anyone else who has objections, please stand up and speak." Situ Liang and the others exchanged glances. Elder Chu stood up and said, "Xiaoxia Chu, please put away your sword. We do not have any objections." Chu Xiangfeng saw Elder Chu speak, so he put his large sword back on his shoulder. However, he did not return to his seat. Instead, he looked at the evil Tiger Gang members and asked again, "Does anyone have any objections to my 10,000 Swords Peak temporarily taking over the evil Tiger Gang?" Situ Liang and the others all said, "Yes, we will follow the gang leader's orders and listen to 10,000 Swords Peak's Xiaoxia Chu." Then, Situ Liang invited Chu Xiangfeng to take a seat, saying, "Clan Master Chu, please take a seat. We will listen to Clan Master Chu's orders." Chu Xiangfeng wasn't polite. He walked to a chair in the front of the hall and sat down. He then said to the evil Tiger Gang members, "Everyone, please sit." Thus, everyone sat back down. Chu Xiangfeng said, "Everyone, please do not have any misgivings. I am following my sword master's orders to temporarily take over the evil tiger gang. All matters will be handed over to clan leader Situ once she returns. Moreover, before clan leader Situ returns, the matters of the gang will still be handled by Elder Chu, hall leader Situ, and the others. We will not interfere. We only ask that hall leader Situ give us an explanation before you do anything." Situ Liang and the others were very puzzled. What was this? Taking over the position of clan leader and not using the clan leader's strength, he did not care about the matters of the gang. Hall Master Xing even looked at his cracked palm in regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have competed with this person and lost his face for nothing. However, everyone had their own explanations. The evil tiger gang was their entire world in their eyes and could not be violated. However, in the eyes of this person, they were nothing more than chicken ribs. This Chu Xiangfeng probably didn't want to come, but because of his master's orders, he decided to not interfere and let them develop on their own. Thinking of this, everyone revealed expressions of relief. Chu Xiangfeng saw that everyone understood his intentions, so he didn't want to stay in the hall for too long. He said, "Then I'll have to trouble everyone with the matters of the evil tiger gang in the future. We will temporarily stay in the place arranged for us this afternoon. If there is nothing important, do not disturb our cultivation." After saying this, he cupped his hands and bid farewell to the evil tiger gang members. The group of people returned to their living quarters. When they returned to their living quarters, Chu Xiangfeng had everyone enter their own rooms and left one person to guard the door. Looking at the 5 people in the room, Chu Xiangfeng said with satisfaction, "Today, the matters of the evil tiger gang have been settled. From today onwards, we will guard this place and wait for the sword master's next orders. 2 junior brothers Wang, you should rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, you will go to Lu Town and watch over that place. If any Jianghu people appear, immediately inform us." 2 of them cupped their hands and agreed. Afterwards, Chu Xiangfeng ordered the rest of the people, "The rest of you will follow our habits in the 10,000 Swords Peak and continue to practice martial arts. Do not slack off." Everyone agreed and went their separate ways. Situ Liang and the others were in the hall. After a moment of silence, Elder Chu opened his mouth and asked, "Little Liang, where have you arranged for young hero Chu and the others to stay?" He did not address them as Sect Master Chu. Situ Liang said, "Arrange for them to be in East Room 1 to East Room 7. Elder Chu said, "It's better to let them stay in the VIP rooms." Situ Liang replied, "All right, I will immediately arrange for people to take care of it." At that time, it was because I read the letter that my heart was in a mess. That's why the arrangements were inappropriate. Elder Chu then said, "How about this, everyone is tired today. Let's go back and rest first. If there is anything else, we can discuss it tomorrow morning. How about that?" Everyone also left. Situ Liang leisurely returned to his own room. The room was not lit up with an oil lamp, so it was completely dark. He walked into the familiar darkness and closed the door tightly. He walked in front of his desk and just stood there. He looked at the moon covered by dark clouds outside the window and did not move for a long time. After a while, he seemed to have sorted out his thoughts. Only then did he light up the oil lamp. The bean-sized flame quickly filled the room with light. Situ Ping picked up a pen and paper and carefully wrote a letter with very small handwriting. Then, he carefully rolled it into a small paper stick and placed it into a metal ring. Following that, he took out 2 empty metal rings and placed 2 small paper sticks into them. Then, he placed the 3 metal rings into his pocket. Only then did he blow out the oil lamp and walk out of the room. After Situ Liang walked out of the room, he did not walk far away. Instead, he walked into a slightly bigger room right next to his room. When he opened this room, he could hear the goyulu, goyulu sounds of pigeons. So this was a place to raise carrier pigeons. He walked to the innermost corner with familiarity. From a pile of pigeon cages, he found 3 slightly smaller ones and opened them one by one. He took out the metal rings from his pocket and very skillfully put them on the ankles of the 3 pigeons. Finally, he took the 3 cages and walked to the window. He opened the window and opened one of the cages first. He then released a pigeon. That pigeon flew in the air and circled around a bit before landing on the windowsill. It seemed like it did not want to fly out. However, Situ Liang grabbed the pigeon and threw it into the air again. This time, the pigeon circled around a bit before flying out in one direction. Situ Liang did not immediately release the second pigeon. He waited quietly for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. When he did not hear any movement, he released the second pigeon. After the second pigeon flew away, he released the third pigeon. The 3 carrier pigeons all flew towards the same place. In the pitch-black night, they carried some sort of mysterious mission. Chu Xiangfeng and the others' rooms were quite a bit of distance away from Situ Liang's room. They were in different parts of the hall, so they did not notice anything. The evil tiger gang members were already used to the pigeons flying out, so the sound of the 3 pigeons flying out did not catch anyone's attention. After Situ Liang finished doing all of this, he returned to his own room. This time, he did not light a lamp. Instead, he walked to the side of the Kong bed and slept with his clothes on. Everything in the evil tiger gang fell silent under the moonlit night. Occasionally, there would be a gang member on duty who would walk past unsteadily with sleepy eyes. Everyone had fallen asleep with their own thoughts. In the Zhang family's courtyard in the Guozhuang house, everyone was also sleeping peacefully. Only waves of suppressed coughing could be heard from Grandma's room. Grandma was lying on the Kong bed and using the blanket to tightly cover her mouth. Her ears were turned to the side, but she would occasionally listen in Zhang Xiaohua's direction. Although the moonlight outside the window was bright, the room was still very dark. There was no movement from Zhang Xiaohua's side, but Grandma was worried that she would wake up her beloved grandson and disturb his sweet dreams. However, with her disappointing body, she felt very stuffy in her chest and could not help but cough. She could not walk out of the room, nor did she want to disturb her grandson, so what could she do? What made her feel gratified was that Zhang Xiaohua was sleeping very peacefully. She thought that perhaps she should tell her child's mother to let her live in her relative's wooden hut tomorrow. Only then would she be able to feel at ease. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have turned over. Grandma quickly closed her mouth and suppressed the coughing that was already close to her throat. However, how could she suppress this kind of cough? Grandma's throat was itchy and her face was red. When she heard that Zhang Xiaohua was no longer moving, she carefully coughed out. However, because she had suppressed it for a while, the coughing became much more intense. Grandma even felt that some liquid had been coughed out onto the blanket. In the middle of the night, Grandma did not fall asleep. After waiting for the rooster to crow a few times, she felt that it was already dawn. Grandma quickly got up and groped her way out. The small courtyard was still very quiet. Grandma did not hear any other sounds. Presumably, Guo Sufei and Lu Qian had not woken up either. Grandma did not walk to the center of the courtyard. She leaned against the wall outside the room and used a towel to cover her coughing. After the time it took to eat a meal, Grandma heard the door to the central room creak open. Someone came out from inside. Then, she heard Guo Sufei's voice, "Mother, why are you up so early? It's cold outside." Guo Sufei walked over and wanted to help Grandma back to the room. However, Grandma refused to go back and said, "I'm always coughing. I'm afraid that I'll wake Xiaohua up." Guo Sufei's eyes immediately turned red and said, "Then, Mother, come to the central room first." She helped Grandma to the central room. At this time, Lu Qian also got up. She was also very surprised to see Guo Sufei supporting Grandma. She quickly opened the door to the central room and let the two in. Listening to Grandma's continuous coughing, she could not help but think, "I don't know if this spring water really works. Grandma's condition is getting worse." Chapter 41. A new day had begun, and everyone was busy with their own matters. Grandmother was also sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the rare sunshine. Guo Sufei saw that the weather was very good, and the sun was shining brightly. She wanted to take out the quilts and mattresses in the house to dry. First, she hung the quilts in her room and Zhang Xiaolong's room to dry. Then, she went to grandmother's room to tidy up grandmother's and Zhang Xiaohua's quilts. But after she walked into the room, the family outside heard her cry out. Grandmother's ears were sharp, and she said, "What's going on?" Guo Sufei. Then, Guo Sufei's voice came from the room, "It's nothing, mother. There's a mouse." Zhang Kai, who was fiddling with the farm tools, laughed and said, "You're already so old. Why are you still afraid of that little thing? It's a bit funny." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he quickly bounced over and said, "Mother, where's the mouse? I'll help you. I'm the best at catching mice." But he ran into the room and saw his mother sitting by grandmother's Kong. She was holding grandmother's quilt and sobbing softly. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this scene, he carefully walked over and asked his mother in a low voice, "What's wrong, mother?" Guo Sufei sobbed weakly and did not speak. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the quilt in his mother's hand and realized that the top of the quilt was black. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand what was going on and asked his mother, "Mother, why are you holding the quilt? Isn't it just dirty? I'll help you wash it, okay?" Hearing her son's obedient words, Guo Sufei was even more sad. She suppressed her sobs and said with a hoarse voice, "Xiaohua, this quilt isn't dirty. It's your grandmother who coughed up blood." Zhang Xiaohua felt a buzzing sound in his head. He was in a daze. He quickly asked, "Then, is grandma going to die?" Guo Sufei listened to her son's innocent words and her heart felt like she had eaten Chinese gold thread. She said, "Good son, mother doesn't know either." Zhang Xiaohua said with a sad face, "I don't want grandmother to die." Guo Sufei stretched out her arm and pulled her son into her embrace. She stroked her son's hair with her other hand and said, "Mother also doesn't want to, but look at Xiaohua. She's almost catching up with mother. Mother is also old. Grandmother, she will leave us sooner or later." Zhang Xiaohua was about to cry as she said, "I don't want to grow taller, mother. I don't want grandmother to leave me." Guo Sufei had already held back her sobs. She hugged her son and sighed softly. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua thought of Lu Qian's words. He asked, "Mother, Sister Lu told me that there are immortals who can live forever. If we find them, will grandma not leave us?" Guo Sufei said, "Maybe, Xiaohua. That's what the stories say, but no one has ever seen an immortal before." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Then I'll go find the immortals and ask them to save grandma." Guo Sufei said lovingly, "Good boy." Then she looked at her son. Looking at his clear eyes and anxious expression, she said, "No one knows where the immortals are. Where are you going to find them? And it's too late to find them now. Why don't you accompany grandma and let her hear your voice more?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded vigorously when he heard this, as if he really understood. At this time, Zhang Kai shouted outside, "Xiaohua, have you killed the mice?" Guo Sufei also shouted, "They've all run away. Where are we going to kill them?" Then she said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Let's go out, but don't cry when we go out. Don't let your grandmother know." Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Guo Sufei walked out of the house with the quilt in her arms. Zhang Xiaohua walked behind her with his head down. Guo Sufei went to dry the quilt. Zhang Xiaohua walked to grandma and said, "Grandma, are you thirsty? Shall I get some water for you?" Grandma smiled and said, "Yes, I'm a little thirsty." "Xiaohua, go get some water for grandma. You're so obedient. Be careful not to burn your hands." It seemed that in grandma's heart, Zhang Xiaohua was still a 4 or 5-year-old child. Zhang Xiaohua went into the house to get water for grandma. Guo Sufei originally wanted to dry grandma's quilt in a slightly hidden place. But after thinking about it, she took a basin and wanted to wash the blood off the quilt first. Lu Qian saw that Guo Sufei wanted to wash the quilt and hurried over to help. When she saw the stain on the quilt, she was also stunned. Guo Sufei saw that Lu Qian saw it. She thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Go and call Xiao Long and the others over." Quietly. Lu Qian nodded and went over to signal a few people to come over. When everyone came over and saw the stains on the quilt that Guo Sufei had placed in the basin, they all stopped talking. The warm sunshine just now couldn't warm their hearts even a little at this moment. Zhang Xiaohua brought the water to Grandma. She first tasted the water with her mouth before putting it in Grandma's hand. Grandma took the water and drank a mouthful. There was a smile on her face as if she was drinking sweet honey water. Grandma took a long breath and coughed a little. When everyone saw this scene under the sun, their hearts were warm. The coldness in their hearts had long been driven away. Everyone seemed to know what they should do. They all walked back to Grandma's side and sat around her. While they were busy with their own things, they looked at their beloved family members. They wanted to imprint her voice and smile deeply in their hearts. Grandma didn't know what others were doing. She just sat in the chair at ease, basking in the warm sunshine. A comfortable smile stayed on her face. She was very peaceful and happy. Guo Sufei was busy washing the quilt and drying it. She also sat beside Grandma and said softly, "Nyangqin, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll make it for you." Grandma thought for a moment and said, "Make streaky pork." Guo Sufei said strangely, "Nyangqin, you don't usually eat such greasy food?" Grandma said, "I'm hungry today. I want to eat some." Guo Sufei said, "Okay, I'll go to the village entrance to buy some meat later." Zhang Xiaolong immediately said, "Nyangqin, I'll go. I should go out more." Guo Sufei agreed. Lu Qian also said, "I'll go with you. Don't always carry heavy things with your arms. Be careful not to have problems again." Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile, "It's enough to buy 2 caddies of meat. How can I not be able to carry it?" Lu Qian smiled and didn't say anything. So the two went out together. Grandma narrowed her eyes and guessed that Zhang Xiaolong and them went out. Then she said to Guo Sufei, "Sufei, I want to tell you something." Guo Sufei said, "Okay, Nyangqin. Wait a moment. I'll get you a cup of water to moisten your throat." Guo Sufei poured another cup of water for Grandma. Then she moved a stool and sat opposite Grandma. She asked Grandma, "Nyangqin, what do you want to say?" Grandma said, "Sufei, did you vomit on my quilt?" Guo Sufei's face was shocked. She immediately said, "No, Nyangqin, no. It's just a little dirty. I'll wash it." Grandma sighed and said, Sufei, you don't have to hide it from me. I vomited on my own. How can I not know? It's just that I'm not sure. You can ask Xiao Kai and the others to go over and take a look. I can hear it. I know in my heart." Guo Sufei said, "Nyangqin, don't think too much. Your cough will definitely get better." Grandma said with a smile, "You silly child. Why are you like Xiaohua? You're already 40 or 50 years old. You're still comforting your Nyangqin." Guo Sufei began to wipe her tears again. She cried and said, "Nyangqin," Grandma continued, "Sufei, you have to be more open-minded. Birth, old age, illness, and death are unavoidable. That year when your father passed away, I was also sad for a long time before I woke up. At that time, I was only sad for myself and didn't care about you. This time, it's my turn. I have to make you sad again. There's no other way. Your father and I worked hard our whole lives and didn't let you live a good life. With Xiao Kai taking care of you, I'm relieved. Xiao Long, Xiao Hu, and Xiao Hua are all good children. After I leave, don't let them miss me too much. Be busy with farm work. We'll pray to the gods to protect you all in the underworld." Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached when he heard this. He hugged Grandma and said, "Grandma, don't worry. I'll protect Nyangqin well." Grandma stroked Zhang Xiaohua's hair and said kindly, "I know that Xiaohua will grow up to be a man and will protect the family. I'm very relieved." Then, Grandma said, "Sufei, I don't have any wishes in this life. I'm satisfied to see you and Xiao Kai live a comfortable life without quarrels. It's just that before I leave, I don't see Xiao Long get married and hold a great-grandchild. It's a bit regretful. I think Lu Qian is a good child. You must find a way to marry her. That's our family's Xiao Long's good fortune." Everyone surrounded their grandmother and listened to her speak. In their sadness, they did not notice that there were two people who were walking to the gate of the small courtyard. When the two of them heard the two words Lu Qian, they stopped in their tracks and listened carefully to what their grandmother was saying in the small courtyard. Guo Sufei continued, "Nyangqin, you're right. Lu Qian is a good child. There's nothing to nitpick about her words and actions. Moreover, her appearance and figure are 1 in 100. Being able to marry into our family is because Xiao Long accumulated good karma in his previous life." But Guo Sufei wanted to say something but stopped. She didn't want to disturb her mother's good dream. However, there was a big gap between their family and the Lu family. If she rashly promised her mother now and couldn't fulfill it in the future, wouldn't her mother be unable to rest in peace in the afterlife? Grandma seemed to know what she wanted to say. She patted Guo Sufei's hand and said, "Sufei, Lu Qian isn't a child who despises the poor and loves the rich. If she likes our family's Xiao Long, she would have already married him. Mr. Lu is educated and reasonable, I think he would agree. You should find time to sound Lu Qian out. If she doesn't have any feelings for our family's Xiao Long, then forget it. Don't force her. I heard from Xiaohua that Xiao Long's injury will be healed soon. You should also let her go back quickly. Staying in our family is not good for Lu Qian's reputation. Although we saved her, she has also taken care of our family for so long." Guo Sufei said, "Okay, Nyangqin. I'll tell Lu Qian tomorrow and let her go home quickly." Grandma heard this and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. At this time, someone ran in from outside and said, "Qian is not going home." Chapter 42. The person who came in was Zhang Xiaolong. The two of them stood at the door and listened to the conversation between grandmother and mother. Lu Qian's face was red with embarrassment. Zhang Xiaolong listened and looked at Lu Qian's expression. When he saw grandmother's disappointed expression, he couldn't help but pull Lu Qian's hand and rushed into the courtyard. He said with a happy heart, Qian won't go home." Lu Qian blushed and wanted to withdraw her hand, but for some reason, she didn't do it. Instead, she obediently followed behind Zhang Xiaolong and ran into the courtyard. As he ran, he thought to himself, "Thank the gods and Buddhas, this layer of window paper has finally been pierced through. Some time ago, I was still worried that if Guo Sufei asked me again, how should I deal with it? Now, it's all gone because of Zhang Xiaolong's impulsiveness. This Zhang Xiaolong is really my lucky star. It's fate." Everyone looked at the two people who rushed into the courtyard inexplicably. When they stood in front of grandmother, they saw Zhang Xiaolong holding Lu Qian's hand. Their faces immediately showed an understanding expression. So it was like this. Zhang Xiaolong saw everyone's ambiguous gaze and then noticed Lu Qian's soft and smooth hand in his hand. For a moment, he didn't know whether to let go or continue holding it. Guo Sufei saw her son's embarrassment and quickly asked, "Xiaolong, just now you said that Qian won't go home. Is it Qian's idea?" Zhang Xiaolong pulled a long face and didn't know how to answer. At this time, the little hand in his hand gently scratched his finger. He understood and said happily, "Yes, mother, it was Qian who told me." Everyone was overjoyed. Grandmother was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Guo Sufei walked in front of Lu Qian and asked in disbelief, Qian, this is a lifelong event. You have to think carefully. Don't regret it in the future. Others didn't think too much about it. They knew that Guo Sufei wanted to confirm Lu Qian's thoughts. Lu Qian was happy in her heart. This family was really simple. This should be the advice of her family, but they said it first. Lu Qian also knew that this time, she couldn't hesitate like last time. She finally nodded slightly, then broke free from Zhang Xiaolong's hand and ran out. Guo Sufei saw and quickly pushed her son and said, "Why aren't you chasing?" As if awakening from a dream, Zhang Xiaolong said, "Okay." But after taking a few steps, he came back and said, "Father, give me some money. We went out to buy meat and didn't bring any money." Zhang Kai hurriedly took out some silver from his bosom and gave it to Xiaolong. Xiaolong took it and quickly ran out to catch up with Lu Qian, who was obviously waiting for him outside the courtyard. When Grandma heard that Zhang Xiaolong had run far away, she smiled and said, "This child is really fated with Qian. Even without money, he can still turn it into an opportunity. When I heard what you said just now, I thought that there was no chance between him and Qian." Guo Sufei also said emotionally, "Yeah, last time I asked Qian for her opinion, but she seemed to be unwilling. I didn't know how to ask again. Now it's all settled." Zhang Kai also said happily, "Xiaohua, go to the entrance of the village and get me some wine. Let me be happy too." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Okay." She got up and ran out. When she ran far away, Guo Sufei asked, "Did you give Xiaohua any money?" Zhang Kai said gloomily, "No, I'll wait for him to come back." In the next few days, the Zhang family was a scene of joy and harmony. Lu Qian would slightly blush when she saw Zhang Xiaolong and deliberately avoid him. Zhang Xiaolong would also be inexplicably at a loss and made a lot of jokes. The family looked at the awkwardness between the two and shared the sweetness of their love. Grandma's expression was also very good, but she was getting thinner day by day. After not seeing her for a few days, she could feel that she had lost a lot of weight. Guo Sufei was happy for her son and sad for her mother. Others couldn't understand Grandma's situation, but Zhang Xiaohua could feel that Grandma's situation was not good. One day, he couldn't help it and secretly pulled Guo Sufei and said, "Mother, I want to talk to you about something." Guo Sufei was very puzzled by her youngest son's actions and said, "What trouble did you get into? Why are you so sneaky?" Zhang Xiaohua said angrily, "Mother, when did I get into trouble for you?" Guo Sufei touched his head and said with a smile, "Then what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua said sadly, "Mother, I can feel that something is floating away from Grandma's body. It floats away a little, Grandma is a little thinner, and I also feel that there is not much of it left on Grandma's body." Guo Sufei said angrily, "You child, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Xiaohua argued, "That's right, Mother, I really feel it. I told Sister Qian before and she believed me." "What did Sister Qian say?" Guo Sufei asked curiously. Sister Qian said that it's because Grandma loves me the most, and I care about Grandma the most, so I can feel her physical condition. But she said that it's not easy to explain, anyway, some close relatives can know. Zhang Xiaohua answered seriously. When Guo Sufei heard this, she left Zhang Xiaohua and hurried to find Zhang Kai. Zhang Xiaohua saw that his mother cared about what he said and was not like what he thought, so he was very happy and went to accompany Grandma. Guo Sufei saw Zhang Kai and told Zhang Xiaohua's words to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Kai thought for a moment and said, "I've heard of such things before. What Xiaohua said may be true. It seems that we have to make some preparations first." When Guo Sufei heard this, she could only nod sadly. However, she immediately asked Zhang Kai, "What about Qian and Xiaolong's matter?" "Firstly, Mother wants to see Xiaolong get married. Secondly, if Mother really goes, then Xiaolong and Qian's matter will have to be pushed back. I don't know what will happen." Zhang Kai said, "Why don't we go to Lu Qian's house to propose marriage in a few days? It's best if we can do it before Mother leaves. If not, we can settle this matter first." Guo Sufei also nodded and said, then I'll ask Qianqian's opinion first. That night, Guo Sufei told Lu Qian about the marriage proposal. She thought that Lu Qian would refuse like last time, but unexpectedly, although Lu Qian was very shy under the light, she still nodded without hesitation. This made Guo Sufei feel very gratified. She was a good child who could pick up and let go. Knowing that grandma wanted to see her and Xiaolong's happiness, she no longer had any scruples and made a wise choice. This also made Guo Sufei firmly believe that the daughter-in-law that her whole family fancied was really the best daughter-in-law in the world. The next day, Zhang Kai prepared a gift and took Zhang Xiaohua to Lu Qian's house in Bali Gully to discuss the engagement. Zhang Xiaohua was also very happy. She missed Butcher Lu's streaky pork very much. Bali Gully was some distance away from Guozhuang House. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua hurried. When they arrived at the village entrance, it was already late in the morning. Zhang Kai's body was really a bit tired after his illness. He sat on a big stone at the village entrance to rest. Zhang Xiaohua was as if nothing had happened. Even her breathing did not change. This made Zhang Kai envious of the young person's body. In fact, the last time Zhang Xiaohua came, she was also panting. Compared to Zhang Kai, she was much better. However, she definitely did not feel that she was not tired at all. After Zhang Kai rested, the two of them got up again. Under Zhang Xiaohua's lead, the two of them came to Mr. Lu's house. Mr. Lu's house was still the same. The door was also open. However, Zhang Xiaohua shouted for a long time, but no one answered. Zhang Xiaohua thought that there was no one in the house. So, she went in with Zhang Kai with the gift. Walking into the courtyard, Zhang Kai saw the picturesque flowers and plants in the courtyard. Although spring had not arrived and there were no flowers blooming, he could still see the exquisiteness of the courtyard and the owner's elegant taste. He could not help but sigh. Only such an environment could raise such an outstanding child like Lu Qian. Of course, he also had expectations in his heart. If his small courtyard could also be like this, he would be satisfied in this life when he was old and could retire in such an environment. While Zhang Kai was looking at the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes went to the side room next to the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua's logic was very simple. Since the courtyard door was not locked, then he must be at home. And after shouting for a long time and no one answered, then he must be busy with something. What could a scholar be busy with? It was nothing more than writing and drawing. Lu Qian said that there was a study room next to the central room. Perhaps Mr. Lu was in the study room. Sure enough, in the side room on the right, she saw a familiar back. It was Mr. Lu. His back was facing the door and he was writing something on the table. Zhang Xiaohua pulled her father who was walking towards the central room and pointed at Mr. Lu's back. Only then did Zhang Kai stop. Turning around, he followed Zhang Xiaohua to the door of the study room. Zhang Xiaohua was about to walk in, but she was stopped by her father. Zhang Kai gestured for her to be quiet and then stopped. Zhang Xiaohua knew what her father meant. He was afraid of disturbing Mr. Lu, so she quietly stood beside her father. The father and son stood at the door of the study room and waited for a while. Mr. Lu was still doing his own thing and had no intention of stopping. Zhang Xiaohua felt a bit bored and was about to say something to her father when she suddenly heard footsteps coming from the courtyard door. The two turned around to see that it was Lu Qian's brother, Lu Kai, who had returned. Lu Kai entered the house and saw two people standing in the courtyard. After careful identification, he discovered that it was Zhang Kai and his son. A smile appeared on his face as he hurried forward to greet them. Looking at his father who was busy in the study room, he said to Zhang Kai and Lu Qian with embarrassment, "My father is like this. When he is busy with his own things, he throws all of the surrounding matters to the back of his mind. When he is done, he will naturally come out. Uncle, please come to the central room." He then took the gift and politely led Zhang Kai and Lu Qian to the central room and poured tea for them. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua had walked for almost the entire morning and were really thirsty. Taking the tea, they gulped it down. As they drank, they thought, the taste of this tea really isn't as good as ours. Lu Kai saw that the two had finished drinking tea and rested for a bit before asking, "Uncle, why did you suddenly come to our house today? Didn't Qianqian come back with you? Is she all right?" Zhang Kai hurriedly said, "Qianqian didn't come back with us today. She is fine at our house. I'm here today to discuss something with Mr. Lu." Chapter 43. Lu Kai casually asked, "What's the matter?" Zhang Kai smiled and said, "I'll tell Mr. Lu later." Lu Kai also smiled and nodded. He then asked Zhang Kai about Lu Qian and Zhang Kai answered one by one. Zhang Xiaohua also called him Brother Lu and said a lot of good things about Lu Qian. Lu Kai listened with a smile. Lu Kai sat with Zhang Kai for a while. Seeing that it was getting late, he said to Zhang Kai, "Uncle and Xiaohua, please sit here for a while. I don't know when my father will be done. I have to go to Uncle's place to say hello. It's better to go to his place for lunch." Zhang Kai waved his hand and said, "Nephew, you don't have to be so polite. Just eat whatever you want." Lu Kai stood up and said, "That won't do. It's not easy for Uncle to come here. We have to be the hosts. I remember that Xiaohua likes to eat red braised pork. I'll let you eat to your heart's content this afternoon." Zhang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue and said, "Then, thank you Brother Lu." Lu Kai smiled and said, "You sweet-tongued brat." After saying that, he quickly walked out. Only Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua were left waiting in the room. The two drank tea as they waited. After waiting for a while, Mr. Lu still didn't come out. At this time, a loud voice came from outside the door, "Brother Zhang, you're finally here." Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua both smiled. It must be Butcher Lu. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua quickly stood up. Just as they walked to the door, they bumped into Butcher Lu who was walking briskly towards them. Butcher Lu affectionately held Zhang Kai's hand and said, "Brother Zhang, I haven't seen you for a few days. I really missed you. Is your leg okay?" It looks like it's healed." Zhang Kai also smiled and said, "That's right. Thanks to younger brother, my injury has already healed. As a matter of fact, my leg didn't hurt too much when I walked from the Guozhuang house to here this morning." Butcher Lu said, "Heaven helps the worthy. Brother Zhang is an honest man, he will definitely be rewarded." "Oh right, how are your two sons' injuries?" Zhang Kai said, "Little Tiger's injuries are all healed, and Little Dragon is almost there." Butcher Lu said, "That's great. It's going to be spring plowing soon, so we won't have to worry about the family anymore. Let's go inside and talk." Only then did everyone return to their seats. Just as they sat down, before Butcher Lu could even take a sip of water, Mr. Lu also entered the room. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stood up again and went forward to greet him. Mr. Lu returned the greeting and invited them to sit down. Mr. Lu said apologetically, "Brother Zhang, you've been here for half a day. I was in the middle of painting, so it was rude of me not to welcome you." Zhang Kai hurriedly said, "It's okay, younger brother was busy with work. We'll just wait in the room. Besides, there's still Lu Kai. He was chatting with us and just left." "Younger brother, are you done with your painting?" Mr. Lu glanced at Butcher Lu and said, "Almost." This fellow's loud voice interrupted my train of thought. "Let's continue in the afternoon." Butcher Lu said innocently, "I didn't know you were painting. Besides, I was born with a loud voice. If I didn't wake you up, you would have left Brother Zhang hanging here." Mr. Lu said, "You're always right. I won't talk about you anymore." Then he said to Zhang Kai, "I also have this problem. When I'm writing or painting, I forget about the things around me. It's been like this for a long time, and it can't be changed. Come, please have some tea." After he finished speaking, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he said regretfully, "This tea is much worse than Brother Zhang's. I really miss the tea I drank last time." Zhang Kai smiled and said, "Then younger brother Lu should go to the Guizhuang house more often. Otherwise, you can move in there and drink it every day." Mr. Lu smiled and said, "Many things are easier said than done." The few of them sat and chatted for a while. After asking each other about the situation, Mr. Lu asked, "Brother Zhang, why did you come to Bali Valley this time?" Zhang Kai said, "Younger brother Lu, I came this time because I have something very important to discuss with you." Mr. Lu nodded and said, "Elder brother, tell me about it." Zhang Kai continued, "Qianqian has stayed in our house for so long. Everyone in our family likes her very much. Also, my eldest son, Zhang Xiaolong, is in love with her. I came this time to discuss with you whether we can become in-laws." After Zhang Kai finished speaking, he stared at Mr. Lu, hoping to see a smile or joy on his face. However, he didn't see any expectant expression. Instead, Mr. Lu was clearly stunned. Then he frowned, as if he wanted to refuse. Butcher Lu, who was beside him, had always been a straightforward person. This time, he didn't interrupt. His gaze moved from Zhang Kai to Mr. Lu, and then from Mr. Lu to Zhang Kai. It was a bit thought-provoking. After a while, Mr. Lu opened his mouth and said, "Brother Zhang, you're a straightforward person. I'll get straight to the point with you. Let's say whatever we have to say and not hide anything. What do you think?" Zhang Kai naturally agreed. Mr. Lu continued, "Before Qianqian's mother passed away, her only wish was for me to find a good husband for Qianqian. These years, many people have come to our house to propose marriage, but I haven't agreed to any of them. First, Qianqian isn't satisfied. Second, I don't think they can bring happiness to Qianqian. Also, I know that Qianqian has liked to read since she was young. Her wish has always been to find a knowledgeable husband. I know that Xiaolong is a good child and I'm not worried about his character. However, he doesn't seem to be literate. I'm afraid that when he's with Qianqian in the future, their interests won't be the same. Also, Qianqian hasn't done farm work since she was young. Needlework is naturally no problem for her at home, but when she's with Xiaolong in the future, she won't be able to do farm work. Also, Qianqian and Xiaolong have only known each other for a month or so. How could they fall in love so quickly? Qianqian may have a good impression of Xiaolong. This is normal. After all, Xiaolong saved Qianqian before. If Qianqian wants to marry him because of this, it's too childish." When Zhang Kai heard these words, the expression on his face was a bit awkward. He thought that based on his previous experience of dealing with Mr. Lu, he felt that he was a very easy person to talk to. Moreover, he seemed to admire Xiaolong very much. Since Lu Qian had agreed, there shouldn't be any problems here. However, Zhang Kai was wrong. His admiration was limited to the admiration of a hot-blooded farmer in the countryside. It wasn't from the perspective of a father-in-law. Moreover, Xiaolong and Lu Qian lived in different worlds. Although they were both in the countryside, one was studying, and the other was farming. They really didn't have a common language. It was inevitable that there would be estrangement in their future life. Everything was natural for Zhang Kai, who was marrying a wife, to see. However, Mr. Lu, who wanted to marry his daughter, had to think very carefully. Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. He also didn't expect that Mr. Lu, who looked very amiable, would refuse. However, he didn't know what to say. He could only look at his father and hope that his father could persuade Mr. Lu. Zhang Kai said, "Mr. Lu worries too much. In marriage, the first thing is that both parties are in love. Since Xiaolong and Qianqian are willing, then they can definitely live a good life. Brother, you said that there is no common topic. I think that in the future, I will let Qianqian teach Xiaolong more. Won't it be cultivated slowly? There is also farm work. Qianqian doesn't know how to do farm work. Naturally, we won't let her do it. Our family has 4 strong laborers. We definitely won't let Qian work in the field. Mr. Lu sighed and said, didn't I just say that some things are easier said than done? In addition, Lu Kai hasn't gotten engaged yet. Lu Qian, as the younger sister, getting engaged first isn't too good. Zhang Kai also forgot this point. Yes, farmers had the habit of marrying the elder brother first and then the younger sister. The elder brother's marriage hadn't been settled yet. As the younger sister, she naturally didn't have the qualifications to consider it. Zhang Kai was also a bit speechless. At this time, Lu Kai returned. He didn't notice the awkward atmosphere in the room. He said to Mr. Lu and Butcher Lu, Father, second uncle, the food is ready. Please invite Uncle Zhang and Xiaohua over to eat. Mr. Lu looked at Zhang Kai and said with a smile, Brother Zhang, let's go. Let's put this matter aside for now. You and I will think about it again. Let's go eat first. Butcher Lu also pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, let's go. Let's not talk about this anymore. Eating is most important. Does Xiaohua want to eat red braised pork? Butcher Lu's wine and food were naturally more sumptuous than Zhang Kai's, but Zhang Kai didn't have a good appetite. In the face of Mr. Lu and Butcher Lu's attentive hospitality, he didn't eat too much. Only Zhang Xiaohua ate the most. Firstly, he was still growing and had a good appetite. Secondly, in his opinion, his elder brother and sister Qian were very compatible. The two of them would definitely be very happy together. He firmly believed that this marriage would definitely happen. Therefore, he was only a bit depressed about Mr. Lu's rejection just now. Now that he had put it aside, he didn't have the same worries as his father. As for the table full of food, of course he would let go of his cheeks and eat as much as he could. Seeing that he was eating so happily, Butcher Lu's wife and Lu Yeye were also smiling like flowers. They kept putting delicious food into his bowl and urged him to eat more. Although Zhang Kai didn't have an appetite, seeing his son eating so happily, he was also slightly happy. Mr. Lu beside him would chat with him from time to time. Butcher Lu also frequently raised his cup to him. Lu Kai had already asked his father in private earlier and knew the reason for Zhang Kai's unhappiness. Therefore, he didn't say much at the table and only ate by himself. The meal was quickly finished. Everyone rested at Butcher Lu's house for a while. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua bid farewell to everyone. Mr. Lu wanted to ask them to stay for a while longer, but seeing that it was already late and that they still had a long way to go, he didn't force them to stay. The group of people sent Zhang Kai and Lu Yeye to the village entrance before turning around to leave. At this time, Butcher Lu's family members also knew the purpose of the Zhang family's visit. Lu Yeye said to Mr. Lu, Uncle Zhang is right. My elder sister really likes Zhang Xiaolong. She even mentioned it the last time I went over. Mr. Lu sighed and said, a grown girl can't be kept at home. But this matter of living life isn't something that can be solved with just feelings. Chapter 44. On the way back from Bali Go, Zhang Kai kept thinking about what Mr. Lu said. I agreed to let Qian take care of Xiaolong because I wanted her to repay my kindness. The hero saves the beauty and the beauty repays the hero with her body. That is a legendary story. I never thought about it. Now that Xiaolong's injury has recovered, I want to bring Qian back in a few days. It's not good for her to always stay at Brother Zhang's place. What could Zhang Kai say? There was a gap between his family and the Lu family. Xiaolong was a farmer. Compared to Lu Qian, a well-educated girl, he was indeed unworthy. These days of getting along, in the eyes of the Zhang family, Lu Qian was a golden phoenix. The Zhang family didn't have a parasol tree, so how could the phoenix fall? Although Lu Qian really liked Zhang Xiaolong and was willing to live with the Zhang family, who knew what it would be like when they really lived together in the future. Rather than being upset in the future, it was better not to be together now. It was a pity for Lu Qian, this good daughter-in-law, and Xiaolong's infatuation. Zhang Kai sighed as he walked. He sighed all the way to the Guozhuang house. His brows didn't loosen. At home, Zhang Xiaolong and the others were naturally waiting, hoping that Zhang Kai could bring back good news. But when they saw Zhang Kai enter the door with a gloomy face, they knew that things didn't go well. Zhang Kai entered the house and sat on the chair. Zhang Xiaolong quickly poured water for him. Zhang Kai drank the water and rested for a while. Then, he told them about what happened at Mr. Lu's house. Everyone was nervous and didn't speak. Guo Sufei asked Zhang Kai, "Do you want to tell mother about this?" Zhang Kai thought for a while and said, "Don't tell her first. Mother knows that we went to Bali Go. If there is good news, she will be the first to tell. Since we don't tell her, she must know that it's not good news." "Oh right, where's Lu Qian?" Guo Sufei pointed to the inner room and said, "When she saw you come back, this child was shy and hid first. I'll call her out now and tell her what her father said. Let her pack her things first." Zhang Xiaolong said from the side, "Mother, I'll go call her. I don't think Qianqian will go back. There's no need to pack her things first." Guo Sufei looked lovingly at Zhang Xiaolong, who was in love, and said, "Okay, you go. Maybe Qianqian can persuade her father." Not long after, Lu Qian followed Zhang Xiaolong out of the room. Her face was a little pale. She looked at everyone and didn't say anything. She quietly sat down on a chair in the corner. Everyone also sat down and looked at Lu Qian quietly. Actually, in Lu Qian's heart, she was racking her brains and could not understand what her father meant. Ever since she was young, her father had always followed her wishes and had never gone against her wishes. She had the final say in the matter of transferring her husband. In the past, there were countless people who came to propose marriage, but her father had never expressed his opinion. However, based on her own likes and dislikes, this was indeed strange. She had decided, but her father wanted to oppose it. Could it be that he was afraid that Uncle Zhang would cheat him? However, it shouldn't be. Could it be that he really wanted her brother to get married first and then consider her? Thinking of this, Lu Qian was also troubled. Lu Kai's vision was surprisingly high. He didn't even like the girls in the nearby villages. If she waited for him to get married first, wouldn't she become an old lady? Lu Qian raised her head and looked at everyone's eager eyes. She forced a smile and said, "I don't quite understand what my father means. In a few days, when my father comes to pick me up, I will ask him properly." Then she looked at Zhang Xiaolong and nodded at him. Only then did Zhang Xiaolong reveal a trace of a smile from his face. This night was destined to be a depressing night. Everyone didn't eat well for dinner. They hurriedly ate a little and then cleaned up. When Guo Sufei was delivering food to her grandmother asked if Zhang Kai had brought back good news. Just as Guo Sufei was about to stutter, her grandmother said, "It's okay, Sufei. I know our family's situation very well. These children are very outstanding, but our family's situation is like this. It's normal for others to dislike us. Let the children leave it to fate. If it's not a family, they will enter the same house. Our daughter-in-law will marry over sooner or later." When Guo Sufei heard this, she was both happy and worried. She was happy because her mother could see more clearly than herself. She was worried because her mother's last wish could not be fulfilled. She was a bit unfilial. She was worried because her mother's last wish could not be fulfilled. After dinner, everyone was not in the mood to work. They chatted for a while and then went to sleep. Only Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei discussed in low voices in the central room for a long time before returning to their own room. There was no oil lamp in the inner room. Guo Sufei groped around in the dark and got on the Kong. She laid there and was still thinking about the things that she discussed with Zhang Kai. At this time, she heard Lu Qian tossing and turning and couldn't sleep well. She asked her, "Are you thinking about your father's words?" "Yes, Auntie. Lu Qian answered vaguely. Guo Sufei said, Qian, in fact, your father is also good to you. After all, you are still young and haven't experienced many things. Your life experience is also lacking. Your father has his own ideas and hopes that you can live a happy life. We all understand. After all, a family like ours can't give you much. When your father was young, it was because of the family's financial situation that he didn't let your mother take good care of her body. This caused his lifelong regret, so he values this very much. Most importantly, I think he wants to find a scholar for you. He and your brother are both scholars. Naturally, they hope that your husband is also a scholar. You two can recite poems and write couplets. This kind of life is what you should have. As for Xiaolong, he is my own son. Of course, I think that he is very good. However, our family's financial situation was indeed not good back then, so we didn't let him study. This was also forced by life. Who doesn't want their children to be successful? I know, Auntie. I now vaguely understand father's intentions, but in my heart, I still feel that reciting poems and being romantic is bliss. You fetch water and I water the garden, you plow the field and I weave cloth is also a kind of bliss. The two people in the family have the same heart and love each other. Although they are somewhat poor, they can change it through their own hands. I grew up in the countryside, so I don't have to worry about my mother's health. My body is very good. Although I haven't done farm work since I was young, I believe that if I do, I won't be worse than others. Lu Qian said very unconvinced. Guo Sufei smiled and said, Qian, you are really a child who doesn't admit defeat. In fact, marriage is often not just a matter between two people. You have to integrate into a new family and adapt to their life. You also have to let them accept you. It is not just your husband who can accept you. Moreover, there are many small things like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar and other small things in the family. Any small thing will make your life unhappy. Lu Qian said, Auntie, I know all about these things. When I was at home, father and brother didn't know how to do housework. I did everything. I believe that I am fully prepared for all of these. And during the time I lived here, I feel that the atmosphere at home is very good. It is very harmonious. I can feel a feeling here that I can't enjoy in my home. I feel that I can integrate into this family very well. Her voice became softer and softer, as if she was embarrassed. Also, the most important thing is that I think Xiaolong is very good. He is very good in all aspects. I don't want to lose the opportunity to make my life happy because of family circumstances. In fact, I have hesitated before. I feel that Xiaolong is illiterate and there is nothing to say to me. I also thought that I can teach Xiaolong to read and write. He also agreed. I think that we will live a good life and you won't have to worry. Lu Qian's voice was so low that it could not be heard. Fortunately, it was dark and Lu Qian's face was already red. She was able to say all these words. Guo Sufei was very gratified when she heard this. She also comforted Lu Qian, Qian, today you have said all these. Auntie is very happy. You also saw that our family likes you very much. Not only Xiaolong, your uncle and I also sometimes see you as our daughter-in-law. Xiaohua and Xiaohu also want to call you sister-in-law. We will do our best to marry you. Do you still remember the last time in Lu Town? Didn't that bully compensate us with money? Lu Qian said, Oh, yes. If you didn't mention this, I would have almost forgotten. That is not a small sum of money. Guo Sufei said, Just now, I discussed with your uncle. If your father is really poor because our family is poor and doesn't have enough money to let you live a good life, we plan to exchange the banknotes. I believe that this amount will definitely satisfy your father. Lu Qian immediately stopped her. She said, Auntie, this money must not be used now. If the bully has an ambush in Lu Town's bank, then wouldn't we be walking into a trap? If we are not 100% sure, we must not do this. Otherwise, we will not be able to live a normal life, let alone let my father be relieved. Moreover, my father is not a person who only cares about money. He must have other ideas. Everything will wait for him to come. Guo Sufei also said, that's right. I also said that to your uncle. But your uncle seems to have drilled himself into a dead end. He is afraid that your father will take you away, so he thought of this method. Later, when your father comes, we will properly ask him about his thoughts. Anyway, I feel that if Xiaolong does not look for you, he will not take a fancy to other girls. Maybe he will not look for other girls for the rest of his life. Lu Qian smiled and said, Auntie, look at what you are saying. How can I be that good? It is also our fate that I can meet Xiaolong. Guo Sufei said, yes, it is fate. But fate is determined by the heavens. It depends on the person to be able to turn fate into a real family. The heavens do not care about this. We should go to bed early and have enough energy to take care of our family. Lu Qian said, okay, Auntie. You should also go to bed early. Lu Qian told Guo Sufei about her worries. She felt very relaxed and fell asleep in a short while. Guo Sufei heard Lu Qian's light snoring and felt happy. Even if this kind of girl could not be her daughter-in-law, she wanted to wish her happiness. Thinking about it, she also fell asleep. Only in the opposite house, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong could not fall asleep. They did not know when they fell asleep. Chapter 45. The next morning, the sun still rose. The Zhang family was preparing for the spring plowing. Zhang Xiaolong was obviously absent-minded. He looked at Lu Qian from time to time, but Lu Qian acted as if nothing had happened. Lu Qian's calmness made Zhang Xiaolong's heart more and more uneasy. He finally found a chance to pull Lu Qian to the side and asked her softly, what do you plan to do? Lu Qian also had some intention of teasing him. She smiled and said, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaolong was a little unhappy and said, your father is coming to pick you up. Are you preparing to go home? Lu Qian said, yes, my father is coming to pick me up. Naturally, I want to go back to my own home. Zhang Xiaolong's face was a little pale and said, I knew it. The words you said before were all to comfort me so that my injuries would heal sooner. Now that my injuries are healed, you won't lie to me anymore. You want to go back to your stable home. Our small courtyard probably doesn't have anything to attract you. Lu Qian saw that Zhang Xiaolong was really taking it seriously. She quickly put away her teasing expression and said, Xiaolong, look at what you're saying. Do you think that what I said before was to comfort you? Don't you know what I'm thinking? Zhang Xiaolong was stunned and said, it's not that I don't believe you, but at this juncture, you're so calm, and my heart is so anxious that it's about to burst into flames. Of course, I want to ask you what solution you have. Lu Qian smiled and said, you usually look very smart, but in the end, you've fallen into a cliché. Isn't there a saying, when the water comes, escape through the earth, when the soldiers come, block them? Of course, my father wants me to go back and will come to pick me up. But whether I go back or not, isn't it up to me? Usually, my father goes along with my matters. This time, it's a little unexpected. I think I should wait for my father to come and ask him properly. Once I know the reason, there will naturally be a solution. Why are you in a hurry? Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, I'm not as confident as you are. Of course, I'm confused because I'm concerned. Moreover, I think that we should take the initiative to talk to your father. It's better than waiting here for your father to find us. Lu Qian looked at Zhang Xiaolong and praised, you are right. If we take the initiative to attack, we will have the initiative in our hands. When my father comes, we will be at a disadvantage. Maybe there will be other changes. And, why don't I go home first and see the situation first? Zhang Xiaolong was embarrassed and said, I just had a little idea, I didn't think as deeply as you did. Moreover, I was thinking that I should accompany you. My injuries have already recovered, so walking for half a day shouldn't be a problem. Lu Qian pondered for a moment and her eyes lit up as she said, your idea is even better. Let's go find my father and see what he's up to. Zhang Xiaolong said worriedly, Qianqian, what if your father doesn't change his mind and insists that you go back? Lu Qian said slyly, that won't happen. I naturally have a way to deal with my father. He will agree. Zhang Xiaolong was still worried and said, I'm talking about if. What if? Lu Qian said seriously, Brother Xiaolong, you must know my thoughts. There are many things that we haven't said to each other clearly. However, you must believe me. I will accompany you. At the end, her face turned red and her head couldn't help but lower. Zhang Xiaolong gathered his courage and reached out to pull the soft hand in front of him. He said in a low voice, Qianqian, you are so good. This time, Lu Qian didn't let him pull her. She broke free from his hand and said, you should think about when to go to 8 Mile Grove first. After saying that, she ran away. Zhang Xiaolong looked at Lu Qian's back and savored it for a long time. The uneasiness in his heart had long disappeared. When Zhang Xiaolong returned to everyone's sight, the horn of war had already sounded in his heart. He walked in front of Zhang Kai and said, Father, Lu Qian's father didn't say when to pick her up. Zhang Kai looked at Zhang Xiaolong and said, that's right. He just said in a few days. He didn't say a specific date. Zhang Xiaolong said, it's like this. Father, I want to go to 8 Mile Grove with Lu Qian and have a good talk with Lu Qian's father. When Zhang Kai heard this, he was stunned. He frowned and said, is this your idea or Lu Qian's idea? Zhang Xiaolong said, it's my idea. I also discussed it with Lu Qian just now. She also agreed. Zhang Kai's frown immediately loosened. He smiled and said, good boy, you have a way. When father was young, he didn't have such courage. Not bad, hee hee. While laughing, Guo Sufei walked over and asked, child's father, what's so funny? Zhang Kai said, our son is promising. He knows to find a wife for himself. Guo Sufei didn't quite understand what he meant. Zhang Kai told Guo Sufei what Zhang Xiaolong said to him just now. Guo Sufei was also very happy and said, this idea is not bad. When do you and Qianqian plan to go? Zhang Xiaolong said, Mother, didn't Mr. Lu say that he will be here soon? I think we should hurry before he comes. I think we should go now. Guo Sufei looked at the sky and said, if we go now, we won't be able to come back today. Why don't we wait until after lunch? I'll go cook with Qianqian. Sigh, if I don't have Qianqian's help in the future, I won't be able to cook. Xiaolong, you have to leave Qianqian behind. Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, okay, mother. I will definitely. Lunch was naturally finished in a hurry. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian packed up and prepared to go. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu said, Big brother, it doesn't seem safe for the two of you to go out. Why don't I go with you? Moreover, Zhang Kai also said, Xiaolong, you should also bring something. It's not good to go empty-handed. Zhang Xiaolong said, I know, father. When we reach the village entrance, I'll go buy some. When Lu Qian heard that Zhang Xiaohu wanted to go, her eyes lit up. She said to Zhang Xiaolong, let Xiaohu go with us. It's safer for the three of us to go. Moreover, you don't have to buy anything. It's good enough to bring some of the well water at home to my father. Zhang Xiaolong slapped his forehead and said, look at me. Your father loves this water the most. I forgot. Zhang Xiaohua jumped up from the chair and said, I'll go pick some fresh ones. You guys prepare something to hold the water. When Xiaohua returned with the well water, Zhang Xiaolong borrowed a sealed bottle from a neighbor and filled it to the brim with well water. This bottle of water was naturally taken by Zhang Xiaohu. Thus, the three of them went on their way. There were 2 roads from the Guizhuang house to Bali Go. One was along the river, through a bamboo forest, and then climbing a few hills, passing by the side of a few villages. The other was on a small bridge. There was a large road in the direction of Ben Lu town. After walking to a village, it was still a large road that led to Bali Go. The small road was rugged and not easy to walk on, but it was short. Although the large road was easy to walk on, it was 2 to 3 times the distance of the small road. Zhang Xiaolong and the others naturally chose the small road. Now that it was spring, the river water had long been frozen. The gurgling stream flowed slowly, and the sound was indescribably pleasant to the ears. The birds were also active, chirping. Along with the sound of the water, it made their footsteps particularly relaxed. Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian walked in front hand in hand. It seemed that they no longer had the scruples of being at home. They wantonly enjoyed the feeling of each other's hands. They looked around and admired the spring scenery while talking non-stop. Zhang Xiaohu, who was some distance away from them, fell behind. He held the bottle of water in his hand and smiled as he looked at his elder brother and future sister-in-law. In his heart, other than envy, there was also a trace of expectation. He was looking forward to a beautiful encounter in Bali Go. Zhang Xiaolong's heart was smeared with honey. He hoped that this long journey would never end, so that he could enjoy the happiness of this afternoon forever. He had never felt that walking was such a happy thing, nor had he felt that the mountain scenery that he had been tired of looking at on weekdays was so beautiful. He had never thought that Lu Qian's words were better than the sound of the river and the birds. He had never thought that Bali Go was so close to him from the Guizhuang house. It seemed that they had arrived at the place as soon as they started walking. When Lu Qian pulled back her hand, he was still dizzy and asked why. It was not until Lu Qian shyly said that Bali Go, where she grew up, was in front that he realized that the journey of walking in the clouds had come to an end. Lu Qian led Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu into the village. From time to time, people who knew Lu Qian greeted Lu Qian. Some girls and aunties even stared at Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu's faces unscrupulously and scanned their bodies. Not only did Lu Qian's face turn red, but Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu were also at a loss. After all, they did not ask who Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu were. Naturally, Lu Qian could not explain. Although she wanted to let them think what they wanted, she did not want them to think blindly like this. However, her house was still very far from the village entrance. Presumably, not long after she reached home, the topic of Zhang Xiaolong would probably spread throughout the village. When Lu Qian brought Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu home, it was very coincidental that Mr. Lu and Butcher Lu were drinking tea and talking in the small courtyard. As soon as Lu Qian entered the door, she saw Mr. Lu sitting on a small stool under the eaves. He was holding a teapot and pouring tea into a teacup. Butcher Lu, on the other hand, was holding a wine gourd that he usually used. From time to time, he would bring it to his mouth and take a sip. When Lu Qian saw her father, the rims of her eyes seemed to turn red. She shouted, "Father," and ran over. Mr. Lu was also stunned. When he saw that Lu Qian had returned, he was naturally happy in his heart. He put down the teapot and stood up to welcome her. Although it had not been long since they last met at the Zhang family, this time, Lu Qian had returned home. The feeling was naturally different. Lu Qian threw herself into her father's embrace and hugged her father's arm like a child. Mr. Lu lovingly stroked her hair and only said, "You're back. It's good that you're back." Chapter 46. The splint on Zhang Xiaolong's arm had already been removed, but it was still secured with a belt and other things. He placed it in front of his chest, while his other hand hung naturally by his side. He stood not far behind Lu Qian, watching the touching scene of Mr. Lu and his daughter reuniting. His relationship with his father and mother was very good, but he had never experienced separation, so he naturally didn't know how it felt. Now that he saw his beloved act like this, he felt gratified for her and knew that his decision this time was probably the right one. Zhang Xiaohu stood beside Zhang Xiaolong, still holding the bottle of water in his hand, but his eyes were looking around the courtyard, as if he was looking for someone. Mr. Lu lovingly stroked his daughter's hair, and his eyes also looked over Lu Qian's head towards Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu. He smiled and nodded at them, and his hand also moved away from his daughter's head, waving slightly at them to express his apology. Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu naturally also nodded in acknowledgement, and waited at the side. When Butcher Lu saw that Lu Qian had returned and Mr. Lu had gone up to greet her, he didn't get up and continued to drink his little wine. When he finished his wine, he saw the two brothers standing at the door, so he stood up and said with a smile, "I was wondering who sent Qian back, so it's our two great heroes. Come in quickly, have a few drinks with uncle." Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu smiled and walked towards the square table under the eaves. Lu Qian, who was being intimate with her father, heard the two words drink, and raised her head, saying to Butcher Lu, "Second uncle, Xiaolong's injuries haven't completely healed, so he can't drink for the time being. If you want to drink, look for Xiaohu." Butcher Lu said loudly, "You little girl, now you're siding with an outsider." Lu Qian said sweetly, "Second uncle." Butcher Lu said, "All right, don't call me that, I know, I don't usually see you call me second uncle." Mr. Lu, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at the farmer boy who was walking towards him. His youthful face was full of vitality. He did not look like a yes-man like the other farmers, nor did he look as careful as Zhang Kai. His eyes seemed to be very bright. The clothes on his body were very shabby, but they were very clean. They fit him very well. His footsteps were also very steady. Each step left a footprint, which made people feel very at ease. Mr. Lu naturally knew why Lu Qian brought Zhang Xiaolong back. Although he strongly disapproved of this marriage, he did admire Zhang Xiaolong. At this time, Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu also walked in front of Mr. Lu and respectfully bowed to him. Mr. Lu didn't stand on ceremony this time. He simply gestured and said, "You've come a long way. Seeing that it's getting late, it's not likely that you'll be able to return to the Guizhuang house today. Why don't you stay at my place for the night? You can go accompany my second brother first. I'll go after talking with Qianqian." After the two brothers agreed, they walked under the eaves and each picked up a stool to sit down. They chatted with Butcher Lu. Mr. Lu then said to Lu Qian, "Qianqian, let's go to the study to talk." Lu Qian let go of her father's arm and said, "Father, you go first. I'll go make some tea for you. Xiaolong and I specially brought this from the Guizhuang house. Do you want to drink it?" Mr. Lu didn't say anything. He helplessly shook his head and smiled as he went back to the study. Lu Qian walked under the eaves and took the bottle of water from Zhang Xiaohu's side. She glanced at Zhang Xiaolong and said, "You two go chat with second uncle first. I'll go boil some water in the kitchen. I'll also make some side dishes and snacks while I'm at it. After walking for the whole afternoon, you must be hungry." Lu Qian went to the kitchen and put the well water on the fire to boil. When the water was ready, she looked around the empty kitchen and picked up some ready-made items to make two simple dishes. She couldn't make any snacks and only had a few leftover biscuits. She took them out along with the side dishes to satisfy the two brothers' hunger. Butcher Lu happily ate the side dishes and drank a little wine. He even poured a cup for Zhang Xiaohu from time to time. He really didn't drag Zhang Xiaolong to drink. Not long after, the water boiled. Lu Qian carefully brewed the tea and carried the tea set and water to the study. Before entering the study, she turned around to look at Zhang Xiaolong. The two of them looked at each other and Lu Qian nodded. Her eyes were full of certainty before she turned around and walked into the study. In the study, Mr. Lu was absent-mindedly reading a light book. When he saw Lu Qian walk in, he put the book down and sniffled, saying, "The water in the Guizhuang house is really different from the rest. The tea is so fragrant. It's rare." Lu Qian placed the teacup in front of her father. She watched as her father sniffed the tea fragrance and tasted the tea sip by sip. He then closed his eyes to savor the taste and didn't open his mouth to speak. After Mr. Lu drank for a while, she said, "Father, how's the tea?" Mr. Lu said, "Ai, this tea is naturally much better than what I usually drink. However, it's still not as mellow as the one I drank at the Guizhuang house last time. It's probably because it's been stored for too long. It's not as good as fresh water." After that, Lu Qian didn't ask any more questions. Mr. Lu only focused on tasting the tea and didn't open his mouth to speak. The two of them sat across from each other for a while. Mr. Lu thought for a while and smiled, opening his mouth first. "Qian, this time you came back in a hurry. Is there something you want to tell your father?" Lu Qian blushed and said, "Father, you're asking the obvious. If I didn't come back, wouldn't you be coming to pick me up in a few days?" Mr. Lu sighed and placed the teacup on the table, saying, "Qian, ever since you were young, your father has always let you have your way. I haven't interfered much with you. This time, your father didn't listen to you. You should know your father's painstaking efforts." Lu Qian thought for a while and said, "I'm guessing that father's intention is that you're afraid that I'll suffer in the Zhang family and have to do farm work every day. You're also afraid that Zhang Xiaolong is a rough village man. You're afraid that my life won't be as good as it was at home?" Mr. Lu nodded and said, "This life isn't a problem of one person. It's the life of two people. If one person likes to study and the other wants to do farm work, then the direction of life will diverge. Naturally, life will be boring and won't last long. Moreover, the Zhang family is very poor. You should know in the time you've been there that it won't be as comfortable as living in 8 Mile Valley." Lu Qian also nodded and said, "Father, you're right. I've considered all of this. I've even told Zhang Xiaolong's mother. She said something similar to what you said. She also hoped that I would consider it carefully." Mr. Lu asked curiously, "She really said that?" Lu Qian said, "Of course. I didn't think that auntie, a village woman who doesn't know many words, would be so reasonable." Mr. Lu sighed and said, "That's really rare. No wonder she could raise such a magnanimous child." Following that, Mr. Lu said, "Actually, you can't understand all of this. It's just that we've experienced it before. With your personality, even if we say it, it might not be useful. Only when you hit a wall will you understand father's painstaking efforts. However, although your mother's matter happened a long time ago, it's still vivid in my mind. If I had the ability, I wouldn't have let your mother suffer and leave us early. Therefore, I don't want your mother's tragedy to happen to you again." Lu Qian naturally had a card up her sleeve and said, "Father, perhaps you're too stubborn on this point. If you had the ability, would you still be the current you? Can Niangqin be happy with you? If she wasn't happy, then what's the value of living for a lifetime? But mother respects you, loves you, and has only been with you for a short 10 years. However, the happiness that she has is something that others can't get in their lifetime. Tell me, which is her choice?" Lu Qian continued, "Father, actually, I've always thought that life's fate has already been arranged. Whether you're sad or happy, it's all a kind of life. A person's life is a kind of trajectory. When all sorts of trajectories are intertwined together, it's the whole life. Mother's trajectory is destined to involve you, and your trajectory is also destined to lead you and mother's happiness. You've always blamed mother's death on your ability, saying that you couldn't take good care of her. In fact, that's not the case. From the moment mother met you, our family's life had already been created. Mother's happiness and ending was already predetermined. Any change would be futile. If father was obsessed with politics back then, you would naturally have neglected mother. Mother wouldn't have left us early, but would she have lived happily?" Seeing Mr. Lu fall into deep thought, Lu Qian continued, "Actually, I've always been thinking about my meeting with Zhang Xiaolong. I've told you before that from the moment I met Zhang Xiaolong in the textile shop, our trajectories have been intertwined. I'm sure father knows about the things that happened during that time. There's no need for me to go into detail. I can only use the word fate to describe my relationship with Zhang Xiaolong. Also, there's a very important thing that father doesn't know about. Mr. Lu was stunned and said, "What is it?" Lu Qian said mysteriously, "Father, do you think that the water in this Guozhuang house is especially delicious?" Mr. Lu said, "Yes, so what?" Then, Lu Qian told Mr. Lu about her grandmother's illness and how she went to Lu Town to see a doctor. Mr. Lu was clearly shocked and asked, "Are you sure that this is the effect of the well water?" Lu Qian said, "Of course. Just look at Zhang Xiaolong's arm and you'll know. Have you ever seen a broken arm heal so quickly in a short month? Also, the last time you came to see me, she said that my skin is much better than before. I can feel it myself now." Mr. Lu frowned and didn't ask any more questions. Lu Qian then continued, "Father, think about it. This well water is a priceless treasure. Your body has always been very weak. Ever since mother passed away, you haven't been well. To be able to make you healthy has always been my wish. Now that we have this well water, living a long life is no longer an extravagant hope. This well water was dug out by the Zhang family and belongs to the Zhang family. Don't you think that this is a chance given to me and Xiaolong by the heavens? Also, Big Brother hasn't gotten married yet. I don't know if my future sister-in-law will be virtuous. If I move to the Zhang family and you move to the Guozhuang house, on one hand, I can serve father and on the other, father can enjoy the blessings of the heavens. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Would it solve all the problems in my heart?" Chapter 47. Mr. Lu then said, Qian, whether or not father drinks this well water, whether or not his health is good, whether or not he can live a long life are all small problems. You being able to live a peaceful and happy life is what father wants to see the most." Lu Qian said, "Father, then if I can live a peaceful life and at the same time take care of you and ensure your health, then why wouldn't I do that? Moreover, marriage is a gamble. You may be able to see a person's nature with a single glance, or you may never be able to see it. You can only judge whether someone is good or bad based on their appearance. If you gamble correctly, then happiness is yours." Those so-called matching families are just people's interpretation of those successful marriages in the past. How many unhappy lives in this world are the result of matching families? Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai's beauty is only a legend. Perhaps when it comes to real life, they may not be as loving as father and mother. Although Zhang Xiaolong does not have Liang Shanbua's style and elegance, he surpasses Liang Shanbua in his steadiness and kindness. Those scholars in the past, I can only see their surface and it is difficult to go deeper. As for Xiaolong, I can see his nature with a single glance. I am willing to continue my fate with him." Mr. Lu was stunned hearing this and said, Qian, teaching you to read and read since you were young, I don't know if it is correct. You have read so many books that I have no words to refute you." Lu Qian smiled and said, "Father, I am just feeling a little. Compared to your knowledge, I am still far from it." Mr. Lu smiled and did not speak anymore. However, Lu Qian continued, "Actually, there is one thing that moves my heart in the Zhang family. It is their family's harmony and the tolerance of the elders. Marriage is not only a world for two people, but it is also a process of integration with Xiaolong's family. During the time I was in the Zhang family, I received a lot of care from the two elders, including Xiaolong's grandmother. I feel that they are very reasonable and will always think of others first. Only this kind of family can let the younger generation obtain happiness and truly live a good life. I think that I can also have the same freedom and happiness in the Zhang family as in 8 Mile Valley. Sometimes I can even feel that I may be more comfortable than in 8 Mile Valley." At this point, Mr. Lu laughed again and scolded, "You little girl, you haven't even left yet and you're already talking bad about Bali Valley. No wonder people say that girls side with outsiders." Lu Qian sweetly said, "Father, that's not what I meant. I'm just saying that I can get things that I can't get in 8 Mile Valley. Maybe it's because there's no mother at home. Mr. Lu was dejected and said, "That's right, Qian Qian. It's been hard on you. You didn't have a mother to dote on you since you were young. Your second aunt is also a big uncouth woman. She doesn't even care about Yaya, let alone you. This is also father's mistake." Lu Qian comforted Mr. Lu and said, "Father, don't be sad. I've already grown up. Perhaps in the future, there will be someone who will dote on me. You always say that second aunt is uncouth, but Xiaolong's mother is also uncouth. However, she is especially meticulous and has a gentle personality. The difference between people is so huge. Of course, I'm not saying that second aunt is not good. Isn't second uncle's family managed by second aunt? Maybe it's because I hit it off with Xiaolong's mother. Right now, I feel like a mother." Mr. Lu nodded and said, "You've always been competitive. It's rare for someone to be so subdued by you. It seems like this is also one of the reasons why you chose Zhang Xiaolong." Lu Qian blushed and nodded. Mr. Lu let out a long sigh and said, "This Zhang Xiaolong was able to meet you and save you. This can be considered a heavenly opportunity. This Zhang family was able to dig out immortal water from the well. This can be considered a geographical advantage. The Zhang family and you hit it off very well. This can be considered a harmonious relationship." Lu Qian happily said, "Then, father, does this mean that you agree?" Mr. Lu smiled and said, "You've already stayed in the Zhang family for more than a month. Those who know say that you're benevolent and righteous. For those who don't know, they don't know what to say. For you to have such an ending is also very good. It's the best of both worlds. Moreover, with your personality, if I don't agree, will you imitate Cui Yingying?" Lu Qian charmingly smiled and said, "Father, isn't that bigoted old Madam Cui?" Mr. Lu said, "Don't be so talkative. When I saw that you came back, I knew that you were fully prepared to persuade your father. Otherwise, you would have already hidden in the Zhang family and refused to see me." Lu Qian said, "How could I, father? Didn't your daughter take the initiative to come back?" The father and daughter chatted for a while. Mr. Lu said, "It's already late. Quickly go and arrange dinner. Let your second aunt and you come over to help. Today, we'll have a reunion. Oh right, you should also quickly go and tell Xiaolong. I'm sure he's feeling uneasy right now." When Lu Qian heard this, she happily said, "Then father, come with me. You guys can also chat and get to know each other better." Soon after, Lu Qian helped her father out of the study. The sky outside was already dark. An oil lamp had already been prepared under the eaves. Butcher Lu and the other two were still sitting and talking. There was a person sitting with his back facing them. It was Lu Qian's eldest brother, Lu Kai. Zhang Xiaolong's eyes had already swept across the study door countless times. He didn't hear what Butcher Lu and the others said. He was only worried about himself and Lu Qian. At this moment, when Lu Qian and Mr. Lu came out, he was naturally the first to see them. He subconsciously stood up. When Lu Qian saw Zhang Xiaolong stand up, she gave him a sweet smile and nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaolong knew that it was a success and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. At this time, Lu Kai also noticed the movement behind him. He quickly turned around and saw his sister whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He was naturally happy. He got up and ran over. When he was in front of her, he carefully sized her up. He couldn't help but ask Lu Qian, "Qian, I haven't seen you in so long. Why do I feel that you're completely different from before? Not only have you become fairer, your eyes have also become much clearer. Your temperament has also become much more elegant. How is this caring for other people's injuries?" When Lu Qian heard this, she happily looked at Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu also understood and nodded. Lu Qian said, "How is that possible?" "Big brother, it's just that I haven't seen you in a long time. After a few days, you'll find that your sister is no different from before. Lu Kai suddenly understood and said, that makes sense. A scholar who has been away for 3 days will have a whole new level of respect. Perhaps this is the reason. Lu Qian skipped this topic and said, Big brother, how are we going to eat tonight? Lu Kai jumped up and said, I was talking to second uncle and Zhang Xiaohu just now and forgot about this matter. I'll go to second aunt's house to inform them. Lu Qian stopped him and said, Father wants us to eat at our house. It can be considered a reunion. I'll go to the village entrance to buy some things. You go to second aunt's house and see what they're cooking. Bring it together and ask them to come over and help. Lu Kai agreed and hurried off. Lu Qian wanted to go out to buy things and Zhang Xiaolong naturally wanted to go with her. However, he was stopped by Mr. Lu. He said, Xiaolong, don't go yet. Come with me to the study room. In the end, Zhang Xiaohu followed Lu Qian to the village entrance, leaving Butcher Lu to drink alone. This guy looked at the busy people and happily drank his wine. He felt that life was really colorful. Zhang Xiaolong was a bit nervous as he followed Mr. Lu into the study room. Lu Qian's eyes just now had already told him that she was satisfied with the result. This future father-in-law seemed to want to show off his power and give him some things. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt that there was a small person in his heart that kept on pumping water. Mr. Lu entered the study room and had Zhang Xiaolong sit down. However, he did not sit down. He frowned and paced around the study room. After walking around 2 or 3 times, Mr. Lu opened his mouth and said, Xiaolong, you probably know my attitude. Zhang Xiaolong carefully said, yes. Mr. Lu continued, then, I won't say much. Actually, I called you over because I want to say something. Zhang Xiaolong respectfully said, please say it. This little nephew has already engraved it in his heart. Mr. Lu seemed to be very satisfied with Zhang Xiaolong's attitude. He smiled and said, Qian Qian grew up in Bali Gully. Although our family can't be said to be rich, Qian Qian has not suffered much since she was young. She knows very little about farm work. This is different from your family's living environment. In the future, you have to be more tolerant in this area. Zhang Xiaolong followed up and said, you don't have to worry about this. Our family's farmland is small to begin with. Xiaohua's plot of land is also on a hillside. There isn't much farm work. I can't guarantee that I won't let Qian Qian work in the fields. However, I will definitely do the most heavy work. Qian Qian can just do the side work. Mr. Lu said, you're telling the truth. You didn't say anything about not letting Qian Qian work. Actually, Qian Qian isn't a child who can't endure hardships. It's just that she wasn't allowed to work in the fields in the past. In the future, when you two live together, you just have to take good care of her. I don't expect you to give her a good life. I just want you two to be harmonious and sweet. Also, you haven't read too many books. In terms of knowledge and experience, there is a large gap between you and Qian Qian. This is your weakness. In the future, it will definitely have an impact on your life. I don't expect you to become a scholar or take 3rd place. I only hope that you can recognize some words and read some good books. When you're together with Qian Qian, you can have common topics to talk about and communicate well. In addition, although acting courageously for a just cause isn't bad, in the future, you won't be alone. Your shoulders bear the safety of your entire family. Whenever you encounter injustice, you must first consider in your heart whether or not it's within your ability to deal with it. Otherwise, if you have regrets, it will be the sorrow of your entire family. Afterwards, Mr. Lu chattered on endlessly. Zhang Xiaolong could only nod his head in agreement. Although he didn't agree with some of the points, he also knew that this future father-in-law was doing it for his own good. He couldn't refute. Just like this, one spoke and one listened. The sky gradually darkened. It felt like he couldn't see anything. Just as Mr. Lu was about to light the lamp, someone knocked on the door of the study. Chapter 48. When Mr. Lu opened the door, it was Lu Qian. Dinner was already prepared outside. Although tonight's dinner was rushed, it was still sumptuous. Most of the dishes were already prepared by Lu Yeye's family. Some of the dishes and desserts made by Lu Qian were also the icing on the cake. It made everyone who had not eaten her cooking for a long time very hungry. During the dinner, the guests and the host were very happy and chatted a lot. Butcher Lu and his family knew Mr. Lu's intention and were also very happy for Lu Qian. They also said a lot of words of blessings. It was just that they were not officially engaged with the Zhang family, so they were still very reserved when they spoke. Everyone was very happy. Only Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Lu Yeye from the corner of his eyes from time to time. Unfortunately, Lu Yeye's attention was not on him, making him inevitably disappointed. After dinner, they chatted for a while. Lu Qian, who had walked for the whole afternoon, was already yawning. Therefore, Lu Kai arranged for Zhang Xiaolong and his brother to rest for the night. Butcher Lu and his family also went home to rest. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaolong and his brother were going to bid farewell and return to the Guozhuang house. Lu Qian considered that she had not been home for a long time and wanted to stay for a few more days. Moreover, Zhang Xiaolong was going back this time to discuss the engagement with his parents. She was too shy to follow, so she did not go back with him. Mr. Lu specially instructed Zhang Xiaolong to go back and explain his feelings to Zhang Kai. He did not want him to have a knot in his heart because of his previous rejection. He also asked Zhang Xiaolong to pick an auspicious day to settle the engagement. Zhang Xiaolong naturally agreed. Therefore, under Lu Qian's reluctant gaze, the two of them went on their way. The journey here was filled with sweetness, and the journey back was filled with joy. Returning to the Guozhuang house, from afar, one could see the Zhang family standing in the small courtyard through the low walls of the Zhang family. They looked at the entrance of the village from time to time. It was estimated that except for Zhang Xiaohua, the others did not have a good rest last night. Seeing Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu appear in the field of vision, Zhang Xiaohua was the first to jump up and quickly ran out. She ran to Zhang Xiaolong and asked cheerfully, "Big brother, how's the situation? Where's the good news that we were all looking forward to? Why didn't Sister Qianqian come back? Is it?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to continue asking. Before Zhang Xiaolong could open his mouth, Zhang Xiaohu snappily said, "Can't you see that big brother's face is like a peach blossom? He's so happy that he can't close his mouth. You should take the bottle in my hand first. I've been carrying it all the way." Zhang Xiaohua was happy. She didn't take the bottle in Zhang Xiaohu's hand. Instead, she turned and ran home to report to her parents. After receiving the good news, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were also very happy. They ran to the entrance of the courtyard to welcome their son. Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohu were like heroes as they were escorted into the small courtyard of the Zhang family. After Zhang Xiaolong sat down on the chair, he took the water that Zhang Xiaohua handed over and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he began to talk about the situation in 8 Mile Valley. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei listened with joy. They were secretly relieved. When Zhang Xiaolong proudly said that Mr. Lu had apologized and asked the Zhang family to pick an auspicious day for the engagement, the two of them listened with mixed feelings. They were happy that they didn't misjudge Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu was still a good friend that they could have a deep relationship with. Of course, they would be in-laws in the future. He was a good in-law that they could rest assured. They were worried that there should be betrothal gifts for the engagement. With their family's situation, this was a problem. If they gave too little, their face didn't matter, but Mr. Lu's family's face would be affected. If they gave too much, they really couldn't afford it. It would add more difficulties to Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian's future life. However, these were all to be considered in the future. The key now was that they could celebrate a little. They had to set a date first. Guo Sufei also happily told this good news to her bedridden grandmother. Her grandmother was so happy that her face became ruddy. In the next few days, the Zhang family was immersed in joy. When spring returned to the earth, Zhang Xiaolong's spring had also arrived. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were busy with the engagement. Zhang Xiaolong and his brothers were busy with the spring plowing and planting in the fields. The weather was getting warmer day by day. The soil in the fields had already been frozen. The warm spring breeze blew on their faces, reminding them that spring plowing was never too early. The custom of the engagement was also very simple. The father and mother of the man would bring various gifts and prepare the man's birth characters. They would go to the woman's house. The woman would accept the gifts and give the woman's birth characters to the man. Then, the engagement would be completed. Of course, the time of the marriage would be set at that time. Most of the time, they would come again to discuss the marriage in the future and set the time again. In fact, the betrothal gifts were just some gifts of various colors. However, people originally had a competitive mentality. The gifts were compared with each other. At this time, many people directly gave silver, sometimes it was also called iridescent gold. As a matter of fact, Zhang Kai and his wife were worried about iridescent gold. Zhang Kai thought that Lu Qian was a good daughter-in-law. He should give her more iridescent gold to show that the Zhang family had a precious daughter-in-law. Moreover, Mr. Lu would also have a lot of face. Guo Sufei thought that there should be something to show, but her family's conditions were limited. It couldn't be too precious. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live before they married her. Zhang Kai actually knew about this situation. He also thought so before, but when it came to the matter, he hesitated. After all, there were still a few hundred taels of silver banknotes hidden at home. With this possibility, of course, he wanted to do things better in his heart. When Zhang Kai talked about the banknotes, Guo Sufei also hesitated. When she talked to Lu Qian before, she also decided to use the banknotes, but she was stopped by Lu Qian. At this time, since there were banknotes, why not use it? Moreover, more than a month had passed, and no one had come to make trouble at home. Presumably, the other party really took this money as compensation. In this way, this money was her family's. Why not use it? The disagreement between the husband and wife seemed to disappear. They were both inclined to use this banknote. Therefore, Guo Sufei took out the banknotes and the token hidden at the bottom of the box. Then, she called Zhang Xiaolong into the inner room. Zhang Xiaolong's injury healed rapidly. In these few days, he didn't need to fix his arm anymore. It was just that his injured arm couldn't carry heavy objects. Zhang Xiaolong entered the inner room and asked, "Father, Mother, what's the matter?" "I'm preparing to go down to loosen the soil." Guo Sufei said lovingly, "Your arm hasn't recovered yet. It's better to do less work. Let Xiaohu and Xiaohua do more work." Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile, "I've been in bed for a long time this month. My bones feel like they're going to rust. It's really comfortable to move around now. Moreover, Xiaohua is still young and growing. How can I let her do more work?" Zhang Kai said, "I know that you're full of vigor now. We don't intend to stop you, but the future is long. You have to pay more attention to your body." Zhang Xiaolong replied, "I know. Father, what's the matter? It can't be as simple as letting me rest." Guo Sufei said, "Oh, it's like this. Your father and I are preparing to go to Bali Go in these few days to settle the marriage between you and Qian Qian. However, our family can't come up with a good betrothal gift. We plan to take out the banknotes from last time to exchange for some." After he finished speaking, he placed the two banknotes and the token in front of Zhang Xiaolong. He pointed at the token and said, "Take this thing with you. If something happens during the exchange, take this thing out. It might be useful." Zhang Xiaolong looked at his father and mother's eager faces and the banknotes and tokens in front of him. He sighed and didn't pick them up. He said, "Father, Mother, didn't we say that we won't use these banknotes again?" Zhang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, that's what we said at the time. However, the situation is stronger than the person. If we don't come up with a good betrothal gift, won't Lu Qian's family lose face? Zhang Xiaolong said, Father, if we're talking about good or bad family background, there are many people in this area that are better than us. The number of people who went to the Lu family to propose marriage is even greater. How can we compare? Lu Qian was willing to marry into our family not because of our family background. The day before yesterday at the Lu family, Mr. Lu told me a lot. He is very clear about our family's situation and didn't mention anything about betrothal gifts. I think we don't have to puff ourselves up at our own cost. Guo Sufei said, Xiaolong, they didn't mention it, but that doesn't mean they don't care. It's not strange to have too many gifts. We should be prepared. Zhang Xiaolong said, No, mother. I can't ruin the family just because I want to marry a wife. These banknotes are a disaster. We must not use them. Guo Sufei said, Your father and I have also discussed this. They haven't come to our door for so long. It should be fine. Moreover, we have this token. They may not dare to do anything to us. Zhang Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said, Mother, this token was given to us by heroine Su to protect our lives. It only says that if there are bullies who come to find trouble, we can use it to prove that she is here to protect us. Moreover, didn't Hero Wen also say that? Don't touch these banknotes. When the bullies come to our door, we must quickly return them. If they come to our door in the future and we don't have any banknotes to give them, what will we do? Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were speechless. In fact, it's not that they don't know these things. They are confused because they are concerned. When it comes to matters concerning their son, it's inevitable that they will be confused. Zhang Xiaolong said again, the Lu family doesn't admire us for things like money. Moreover, don't we have something more precious than money in our family? If there is a chance in the future, we can just give it to Mr. Lu. Zhang Kai smiled bitterly and said, What is better than money in our family? How come I don't know? Zhang Xiaolong smiled mysteriously and said the following words. Chapter 49. Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, It's our well water. When I saw Mr. Lu drinking tea that day, he was happier than if we gave him 10 taels of silver. In the future, we can give him more well water. Not only can it satisfy his appetite, but it can also ensure his health. Isn't that better? Oh right, Father, when you go this time, if you have the chance, tell Mr. Lu to move to the Guizhuang house. I saw that he had this intention last time, but he still had some misgivings. This time, Lu Qian came, so I think he would be willing to come. This way, Lu Qian and I can also take care of him. What do you think? Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei looked at each other and said, When I go, I will definitely say these words. How about this, you keep these banknotes and tokens first. If you really need them, you can exchange them. Zhang Xiaolong thought about it and said, Okay, then I'll keep them first. After he finished speaking, he put the banknotes and tokens into his pocket. Since Zhang Xiaolong didn't agree to use banknotes, the Zhang family's betrothal gifts were much simpler. They just prepared a few simple gifts according to the local customs. Early in the morning, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei put on new clothes and took the prepared gifts. They set off to Bali Go to prepare for the most important engagement in Zhang Xiaolong's life. When Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei arrived at Mr. Lu's house, they received a very grand welcome. When they presented the simple betrothal gifts, Mr. Lu didn't care and respectfully accepted them. He didn't look down on them or turn hostile because of the simplicity of the gifts. This made Zhang Kai and his wife feel relieved. There was no one else in the Lu family's hall, only Butcher Lu and other family members. It seemed that Mr. Lu really wasn't the kind of person who liked to be extravagant and formal. There was no sign of Lu Qian in the hall. The whole process of the engagement was simple. Everything was carried out according to the customs of the countryside. Nothing was overdone. When the ceremony came to an end smoothly, it was time for the two parties to discuss the wedding. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei asked Mr. Lu to make the decision. They only had one request, which was to get married as soon as possible. Because their grandmother's health couldn't wait too long, her last wish was to see her grandson's wedding. Mr. Lu pondered for a long time. He took out the almanac and carefully examined it. His brows were slightly furrowed. Zhang Kai and the others couldn't help but feel anxious. After a while, Mr. Lu raised his head and said, "Look at this date. Recently, the end of this month has been an auspicious day. After that, it will be June. Isn't the end of this month too rushed? At the end of June, the old lady." Mr. Lu did not finish his sentence. As expected, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei also frowned. Guo Sufei did not give up and asked, "Are there no good days in between?" Mr. Lu said, "There are many good days in between, but there aren't any that match Xiaolong and Qianqian's birth characters." Zhang Kai let out a long breath and said, "Ai, then, there's only June. There are only a few days until the end of the month. There's no sign of the house for the wedding. It's just a few days, how can we prepare it?" Mr. Lu also nodded and said, "That's the only thing we can do." "But what about the old lady?" At this time, a voice came from outside, "Father, I think it's better to set it at the end of this month." Everyone looked and saw that the person who came in was Lu Qian. It turned out that she had been listening outside the entire time. Lu Qian's face was a bit red as she said, "Uncle, Auntie, seeing Xiaolong's wedding is grandmother's last wish. As the younger generation, we should satisfy her. Actually, the simplicity of the wedding is also up to us. There's no need for overly complicated ceremonies. It's also not realistic for us to hold a grand wedding. I think you don't need to buy a new house for the time being. Let's just find a place first. Moreover, Father, aren't you also planning to move to the Guozhuang house? Take this opportunity and find a place next to the Zhang family's courtyard. Build a few houses and surround it with a courtyard wall. Wouldn't that be a home? When this courtyard is ready, you can move there. Xiaolong and I will also move there. We can take care of you on one hand, and we can also take care of Uncle and the others on the other. What do you think?" Lu Qian's idea seemed very unimaginable, but after careful consideration, it was still very feasible. Grandmother's health should not last until June. When the old lady passed away, this mourning ceremony was likely to delay the wedding. The old lady was eager to see her grandson's wedding, so this wedding should be held at the end of February. With the Zhang family's family background, it was not realistic to hold a large-scale wedding. It was also very easy to prepare a simple wedding. It was not a big problem to ask for help from familiar people in the village for a few days. The most difficult problem was the new house. It was supposed to be a new house for the newly married couple. If they started preparing now, it was estimated that it could be done in a month. If Mr. Lu also wanted to move over, then he had to build a small courtyard again. This would take a few months. Lu Qian also wanted to take care of her father. Of course, this courtyard had to be built, so it was better to put it together. However, what Zhang Kai was thinking now was that Lu Qian wanted to separate from Xiaolong before she married into the family. She wanted to live with her father. It seemed that she wanted to separate from the family. Could it be that she had other thoughts? However, after that, Zhang Kai denied this idea. What did his family have that Lu Qian coveted? It was nothing more than that well. Lu Qian persuaded her father to go there because she wanted to consider her father's health. This was filial piety. Xiaolong and Lu Qian would live alone. To be honest, it was a matter of time. There were 3 sons in the family. How could they not separate from the family? It seemed too early to mention it at this time, but after thinking about it carefully, it was still appropriate. At least, it would let others see Lu Qian's vision. It would not let Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua have a knot in their hearts. Mr. Lu naturally had no opinion in his heart. He was originally thinking about how to retire. He was a teacher and was respected everywhere. He heard that there was no teacher in the Guizhuang house. He would definitely be popular if he went there. Moreover, there was a daughter to rely on there. He could also protect his daughter. Why not? He was still thinking about how to bring up the matter of moving to Shanghai. His daughter brought it up at this time. It was really timely. There were people who objected. That was Butcher Lu's family. Butcher Lu raised his voice and said, "Big brother, why do you want to go to the Guizhuang house? You didn't even discuss it with me. The two of us grew up in Bali Valley." Mr. Lu said gently, "Second brother, I'm also thinking about it. Qianqian is going to marry into the Guizhuang house far away. She is unfamiliar with the place and there is no one to take care of her. Lu Kai and I are at home alone. There is no woman to take care of us." Lu Yeye interrupted and said, "Uncle, don't you still have me? Haven't I been helping at home all this time?" Mr. Lu said with a smile, "Yeye, I know that you are working hard at Uncle's house. But after all, it is not a long-term solution. Look at your sister's engagement. She is about to get married. Are you still far away? Even if you find a husband in Bali Valley, you can't come over every day to look after the house for Uncle. Moreover, Lu Kai also needs to find a wife to live with. This house should be given to him quickly. If I don't force him, who knows when he will find a wife." Lu Kai said with a red face, "Father, look at what you are saying. I haven't found a suitable one yet." Mr. Lu glanced at him and said, "Then you should look for a good one for me. Strive to settle the matter with your sister this year. We will have a double happiness." Lu Kai did not say anything. Then, Mr. Lu said to Butcher Lu, "Second brother, although this Guo manor is far, it's actually only half a day's journey. Even if I move there, it'll still be very convenient for me to move around in the future. Moreover, that business of yours as a butcher has nothing to do with my teaching. You and I have a brotherly relationship, so we can just move around every 10 days to half a month. We definitely won't drift apart because of time. In the future, when you are tired of staying in Bali Valley, you can also move in with me." Mr. Lu knew that Butcher Lu was outspoken and could not keep secrets in his heart. Therefore, he did not mention a word about the well water. Of course, if the water was really effective in the future, Mr. Lu would definitely bring Butcher Lu and the others over. Mr. Lu saw that no one had any objections, so he set the date with Zhang Kai. It was the day at the end of February. Then, he discussed the details with Zhang Kai. Lu Qian did not listen in and left. Lu Yeye also followed her out. When they arrived at Lu Qian's boudoir, Lu Yeye teased, "Elder sister, do you think that Xiaolong is in such a hurry to marry over?" Lu Qian said, "It is not what you think. This Zhang family's grandmother does not have many days left. The last time I was at his house, she was already coughing up blood. The old woman has worked hard all her life. I think we should still fulfill her last wish. Moreover, you also know his family's situation. Doing things in such a hurry is actually a kind of relief. It does not give me and Xiaolong too much of a burden. My decision is beneficial to both him and me." Lu Yeye said, "The last time you told me, I also thought about it for a long time. This fate is really strange. You have known each other for less than 2 months and you are going to eat at the same stove. Now that I think about it, it is really magical." Lu Qian smiled and said, "You can do it too. I saw that these few times when Zhang Xiaohu saw you, his eyes could not leave you. I think he also wants to eat at the same stove as you." Lu Yeye blushed and said, "Elder sister, don't tease me. Last time at the Zhang family, I also told you that I don't have any feelings for this Zhang Xiaohu. Although he did save me, I am only grateful. In your words, there is no fate between us. Moreover, a few days ago, Mr. Zhao from Shuizhuang sent someone over to propose marriage to his second son, Zhao Yuzhao. I have seen Zhao Yuzhao before, he is also a scholar with a decent appearance. It is only because he has been busy with your matters that father has not agreed for the time being. Once your matters are settled, I estimate that the marriage will be set." When Lu Qian heard this, she was very happy and said, "You little girl, you are still hiding this secret in your heart. You only told me today. I have seen this Xiao Yuzhao before. His appearance and knowledge are really good. He is very suitable for you. Yeah, your luck is not bad." Chapter 50. Lu Yaya giggled and said, "No matter how good your luck is, it can't be compared to your fate. That was given by the heavens. You just wait to slowly enjoy your happiness. I just want to persist in my dream. I want him to read me poems that I like and write my own poems. When I'm free, I'll look at the small bridge and the flowing water. When night comes, I'll give him incense." Lu Qian said, "Yeah, in fact, love is sweet. Life is realistic. I have the same dream as you. Unfortunately, the heavens have arranged Zhang Xiaolong for me. I can only choose my village wife's life. Different people have different ways of living. I hope that we will have our own happy life." Lu Yaya said, "Sister, I also believe that we will be happy. However, elder sister, have you really decided? I still want to ask you one last time. Have you really decided to marry an illiterate farmer in such a hurry? Decades later, when you look back, won't you regret today's decision?" When Lu Qian heard this, she tugged at Lu Yaya and said, "Yeah, there are some things that cannot be decided by reason. Even though there are millions of people who will continue to move forward, perhaps today's decision will lead to a different life for me. Perhaps in a few decades, I will regret today's decision. However, right now, I do not regret it. When you are afraid of the slightest thing and do not know when to advance or retreat, you have lost the right to choose. Life is the combination of many choices. Different choices are different lives. If you and I both make the same choice, then wouldn't there be no joy in life? Although Xiaolong is a farmer, he is not illiterate. He is not a rotten wood that can't be carved. I think that our lives are a process of mutual influence and change. He may not write poems for me, but I can read for him and teach him how to write. We don't have a small bridge and flowing water. Maybe we can have a man plowing and a woman weaving. Although I can't give him incense, how can the bedroom be just drawing eyebrows? I can let him grind ink for me. In short, we will gradually change and make our lives happier." Lu Yaya also smiled and said, "Elder sister, your homework was better than mine when you were young, and you read more books than me when you grew up. I can't win against you, but I always feel that you will suffer a lot if you marry into the Zhang family. Why do you want to make yourself uncomfortable?" However, Lu Qian said, You are still a little stubborn. The word happiness is the same for everyone. The happiness of the poor is no different from the happiness of the rich. It doesn't mean that your happiness is better than others just because you are rich. So, when I choose to be poor or rich, I am choosing happiness. There was happiness in suffering, and there was happiness in enjoying. As long as one felt happy, why would one be afraid of suffering? Even if it is pain in the eyes of others, how can you know the sweetness in it? As the saying goes, if you are not a fish, how can you know the happiness of the fish? There is only so much happiness in this world. The more happiness you have, the less happiness others will have. If you feel unhappy every day, then others will have more happiness every day. Instead of sharing your happiness with others, why don't you live happily every day? Lu Yaya listened and frowned. She understood something in her heart, but she immediately let go and said, Elder sister, I am here to persuade you, but what you said made me think differently. However, even if you are right, I do not have the slightest interest in that Zhang Xiaohu. Lu Qian said, You little girl, I am just telling you my own thoughts. I am not prepared to be a matchmaker. Not to mention the two sisters quarreling in the room, the two prospective in-laws in the hall had already discussed the specific details. At this time, it was already late. If they rushed back to Guozhuang, they would have to travel at night. Naturally, Mr. Lu would not let them leave like this. Dinner was eaten at Mr. Lu's house. After the engagement, they were now considered a family. This meal was naturally eaten to their heart's content, and both the host and the guest were happy. Early the next morning, when the sky was still hazy, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei said goodbye to Mr. Lu and hurried back to the Guozhuang house. There were only a few days until the end of the month. They still had to hurry back to prepare for the wedding. The task was very difficult. When the two elders rushed back to the Guozhuang house and told Zhang Xiaohu the good news, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua, who were waiting at the side, were so happy that they almost jumped up. Their impression of this future sister-in-law was really good. They did not expect that they would be able to see this sister-in-law in a few days. It was really unexpected. When Grandma heard Lu Qian set the date a few days later, she kept nagging, "Good child, good daughter-in-law." If there was a memorial tablet, she would have burned a few sticks of incense to thank the ancestors for finding such a good granddaughter-in-law. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei's family had a very good reputation in the Guozhuang house. Moreover, there had never been any big events in the family. This time, for their eldest son to marry a daughter-in-law, the villagers naturally did their best to help. Many people had also seen Lu Qian. Although the Zhang family did not admit the relationship between Lu Qian and the Zhang family before, everyone had a lot of gossip behind their backs. This time, they could marry Lu Qian legitimately, which was also something that everyone expected. However, they did not expect that the time would be so short. Some people even thought in the wrong direction. But when the people with good intentions mentioned Grandma, they immediately understood and could not help but give Lu Qian a thumbs up. When the villagers came to congratulate them, they would receive them in the big shed. The new house needed to be prepared. For the time being, they would use the house where the three brothers lived. Zhang Xiaohu was forced to squeeze together with Zhang Xiaohua on the Kong bed. The house in the small courtyard also needed to be slightly repaired. Fortunately, the firewood was good. With the help of the villagers, everything was completed within the scheduled time. On the day of the wedding, the entire small courtyard of the Zhang family was filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Before dawn, the small courtyard of the Zhang family was filled with a hubbub of voices. Many people came and busied themselves with their own things. Some of the women in the village came to help tidy up the tables and chairs, and help to clean up the vegetables. The chef also started a fire and began to prepare the meal. Zhang Xiaolong was also woken up early. After tidying up, he prepared to ride a big horse, bring the bridal sedan chair and the band to Bali Gully to marry Lu Qian. The route of the wedding was naturally not the small path that they usually took. It took longer than usual. Moreover, they had to rush back before noon. Of course, they had to set off through the stars and the moon. When everyone was ready to set off, Guo Sufei found that the best man, Zhang Xiaohua, was missing. She hurriedly asked Zhang Xiaohu. He also felt very strange. In the middle of the night, he heard someone in the courtyard and got up early to help. When he got up, he also called Zhang Xiaohua. It seemed that he did not get up. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly went back to the room to take a look. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua was still sleeping soundly on the Kong. No matter how Zhang Xiaohu called, he did not wake up. In the end, Zhang Xiaohu ruthlessly poured water on him. He even turned over and went back to sleep, leaving everyone at a loss. However, the matter of the best man had been handed over to him yesterday. They could not find anyone else temporarily. Fortunately, there was a sedan chair. Moreover, grandmother also knew that Zhang Xiaohua slept until the sun came out. Everyone carried Zhang Xiaohua into the sedan chair and let him sleep. Now, her sister-in-law had not even sat in the sedan chair, but her brother slept first. In this way, the wedding procession carried Zhang Xiaohua sleeping in the sedan chair to Bali Go in the dark. When the procession had traveled more than half the distance, the sky was like a fish belly. When the sun peeked out from the horizon, that ray of sunlight swept over the sedan chair. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua open his eyes. Rubbing his eyes, he found that he was sleeping in an unfamiliar environment. Surprised, he lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. Only then did he realize that he was sleeping in an unfamiliar environment. He stopped the sedan chair and Zhang Xiaohua came down from the sedan chair. He ran in front of Zhang Xiaolong's horse and hurriedly apologized to his elder brother. Zhang Xiaolong pulled him to ride on the horse and hugged him, saying, "Xiaohua, it's okay. You were sleeping to grow. You didn't delay anything, so why are you apologizing? However, this time I really opened my eyes. How come I didn't know that you could sleep so much that you couldn't even wake up with water?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said embarrassedly, "I don't know. Maybe I used to sleep like this before, but I never got up so early." Zhang Xiaolong thought about it and felt that it was true. He and his younger brother had always slept together. In the past, he didn't find anything unusual. Moreover, he never got up so early. Maybe Xiaohua had always been sleeping like this. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with him. He didn't need to get up so early in the future, so he didn't ask anymore. The rest of the journey was not far. With the two brothers chatting in Zhang Xiaolong's excited mood, they quickly finished the journey. The village entrance of Baligo could be seen from afar. Only then did Zhang Xiaolong stop the horse and let the wedding procession rest for a while. Then a special master arranged for people to set off the firecrackers and let the band play music. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly and obediently jumped down from the horse. She took the horse's reins from her elder brother's hand and walked to the front. She led the horse forward slowly. The people of the Lu family were naturally waiting at the village entrance early. When they saw the wedding procession, someone hurried back to report to Mr. Lu. The wedding band also broke the silence of the early morning. The villagers of Baligo were all awakened by this festive sound early in the morning. Before the wedding procession entered the village, many children and villagers stopped them and asked for candy and other things. The Zhang family was naturally prepared. Someone took out the prepared things and scattered them to the crowd. Everyone picked up the candy and dispersed in a hubbub. They let the wedding procession move forward. In the short distance from the village entrance to the Lu family, the wedding procession was stopped several times. However, everyone was very happy and didn't get angry because of this. It was the custom of the countryside. When a family had a happy occasion, everyone wanted to share the joy. The more joy they shared, the bigger the family's happy occasion. The wedding procession couldn't wait to be stopped as much as possible. Chapter 51. When the wedding procession arrived at the Lu family's gate, the sky was already bright. There were already many people waiting at the gate. Zhang Xiaohua led the horse to the front of the crowd before stopping. When Zhang Xiaolong got off the horse, Zhang Xiaohua handed the horse's reins to the Lu family members who came over. Everyone cupped their hands to Zhang Xiaolong and said, "Groom, congratulations, congratulations." Zhang Xiaolong also happily returned everyone's greeting. Then, everyone opened up a path. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw a wooden shelf next to the gate. On the shelf, there was a bow. This was the custom of the countryside. The first thing the groom did when he got married was to shoot 3 arrows into the sky at the bride's gate. It meant to drive away all the evil spirits. In the past, when other people were getting married, they had seen this before. However, although Zhang Xiaolong's arm injury was healed, the work in the field was still a problem. How could he draw the bow and shoot arrows? It seemed that this matter could only be done by the best man, Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua was only a 12 or 13-year-old child. Letting him draw the bow was too far-fetched. Everyone looked at each other. Zhang Xiaolong thought about it and walked forward, preparing to take the bow. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious. She quickly rushed forward and pulled her brother, saying, "Big brother, your arm just healed. How can you pull this thing?" If there is any injury, wouldn't all the previous efforts be wasted? Let me do it. Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, it's okay. It's just drawing the bow and shooting. I still have the strength. You're still young. How can you draw the bow and shoot arrows? Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, Big brother, you're looking down on me. I can work in the field myself. How can I not have the strength? Let me try. If I can't do it, you can do it. We won't lose face, don't you think? Zhang Xiaolong thought about it and agreed. Anyway, the best man did things for the groom during the wedding. If Xiaohua really couldn't draw the bow, then he could only do it himself. Mr. Lu probably knew that his arm wasn't good enough. The bow on the shelf should be a soft bow that didn't need too much strength to draw. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the shelf and took the big bow from the shelf that was as tall as him. He felt that it was very heavy. He had never used a bow before, so he thought that all bows were very heavy, so he didn't care. Then, he picked up an arrow without an arrowhead from the shelf and put it on the bow. He turned around and asked Zhang Xiaolong, Big brother, where should I shoot? Zhang Xiaolong pointed to the sky outside the village and said, over there. Zhang Xiaohua agreed and imitated the way he used to look at people. He got into a horse stance and then faced the sky and pulled the bowstring with all his strength. However, the bowstring was very tight. Zhang Xiaohua pulled it about 30% full and he couldn't pull it anymore. He couldn't help but blush. Normally, he should release his hand and shoot the arrow. But this was his first time shooting an arrow. Moreover, he used to see others pull the bowstring like a full moon, so he thought that it must be completely pulled. So, he took a deep breath and moved his two arms. Sure enough, he felt a force coming from his arms. He shouted and the bow was immediately pulled into a full moon shape. He confidently looked at the morning glow outside the village and released the tight bowstring. The arrow flew out like a meteor with a so sound. Looking at the arrow flying far away, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of joy in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua used the same method for the remaining 2 arrows and shot them far away from 8 Mile Gorge. After the 3 arrows were shot, Zhang Xiaohua felt that his arms were sore and numb. He couldn't lift the bow and couldn't put it back on the shelf. At this time, everyone was applauding and praising Zhang Xiaohua's strength. Only Zhang Xiaolong saw the abnormality. He quickly walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and took the bow. He was about to put it back on the shelf, but unexpectedly, his hand felt heavy. He quickly exerted some strength and caught it. Zhang Xiaolong was very surprised in his heart. Why is this flexible bow so heavy? However, at this time, everyone had already surrounded him. He didn't have time to think carefully and just put the bow on the shelf. He was surrounded by people and walked into the Lu family's courtyard, leaving the bow alone on the shelf. Just as Zhang Xiaolong was being crowded into the Lu family's courtyard, Hunter Zhang at the north end of 8 Mile Gorge was packing up and preparing to go hunting in the mountains. He walked into the small house where he kept the bow and arrows. Not long after, he came out in a flustered and exasperated manner and asked his wife, Boy's mother, where did the bow on the shelf go? His wife asked curiously, which bow? How would I know? I've never entered that small house. Hunter Zhang was anxious and said, it's the 5-pickle bow that was passed down from my ancestors. It was on the top of the shelf on the right. I saw it the day before yesterday, but it's gone today. Could it be that there was a thief at home yesterday? His wife was preparing breakfast on the stove when she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly ran out, saying, I remember now. Boy's father, Teacher Lu sent someone to borrow a flexible bow yesterday. It must be for his son-in-law today. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to draw it, so he specifically asked for it. At that time, I was packing the child's clothes, so I asked someone to get it himself. I remember you said that there was one on the shelf that you made for fun, so I told him. Hunter Zhang asked, did you see it when he took it out? His wife said shamefully, he did tell me, but wasn't it just a toy that you made blindly? I was too lazy to look at it, so I let him take it away. Hunter Zhang immediately scolded, "You prodigal woman, you didn't even take a good look at what you borrowed. He took away our ancestral bow, and you were too lazy to look at it. Moreover, Teacher Lu has always been very good to us. All the children in our village were taught by him. There must be a reason why he specially came to borrow a flexible bow. Look at you now, you gave him a bow that no one has been able to draw for more than 10 years. Aren't you purposely making him lose face? I'll see how I'll deal with you when I come back." After saying that, Hunter Zhang hurriedly ran out in a panic. When he ran to the Lu family's main gate, Zhang Xiaolong and the others had already entered the courtyard. The strong bow that had been passed down from his ancestors was placed on the shelf at the entrance. In his opinion, it must have been thrown there because no one had been able to draw it. At this moment, he just happened to see someone poking his head out from the Lu family's main gate. He said thoughtfully, "Lu-san, tell Teacher Lu that I'm taking this bow and arrow." The person inside responded, "Okay, got it." Hunter Zhang hurriedly took the bow and hugged it to his chest like it was a treasure. He hurriedly left with a guilty look on his face, afraid that someone would stop him and scold him for using a bow that no one had been able to draw. With his mind preoccupied, he did not notice that the 3 arrows without arrowheads that should have been placed on the shelf had all disappeared. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolong, accompanied by Zhang Xiaohua, had already walked to the door of Lu Qian's boudoir. According to the village's rules, if the groom wanted the bride to open the door, he must answer the bride's question. Only when the answer was satisfactory could the groom open the door. In fact, most of the people who asked questions were the bridesmaids and the others. The bride would not make things difficult for her future husband. Zhang Xiaolong was also facing the same problem now. Mr. Lu had always treated people with poetry and literature. Most of the people in this courtyard were also scholars. There was not a single person who knew martial arts. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua's shocking 3 arrows would not have gone unnoticed. Although Mr. Lu had told his friends and students in advance that his son-in-law came from a peasant background and they should not make things too difficult for him, to be honest, Mr. Lu's smart and virtuous daughter had more than 1 or 2 people in mind. Today, she was actually married by someone who was not in her circle. There were a few guests who felt indignant in their hearts. However, of course, they could not be very obvious in front of Mr. Lu. There were a few nosy people who were thinking about how to make things difficult for Zhang Xiaolong on the bride's issue. Lu Yeye was of course Lu Qian's bridesmaid. This girl had always been a person who was not afraid of trouble. Moreover, she never thought before doing things. Thus, her first question was, let Zhang Xiaolong write a few words to show off his calligraphy. When this question came out, Lu Qian, who was in the boudoir, glared at Lu Yeye and asked, "Whose idea was this? Why didn't you tell me?" Lu Yeye said in a sweet voice, "Sister, it was a group of people outside who said it. It's okay to make brother-in-law lose face now. It's also good to urge him to learn calligraphy properly in the future. What do you think?" Lu Qian smiled bitterly in her heart. "What can I say? Your question has already come out. Can I take it back? Sigh, I just don't know if Xiaolong will blame me in the future." Mr. Lu's face in the hall was also a bit ugly. This was obviously making things difficult for his son-in-law. However, marriage was about liveliness. No matter how much nonsense they made, they could not be blamed. It was better to see how Zhang Xiaolong would deal with it. If he really could not do it, he would just write something. It was not a big deal. After all, it was not a big deal anyway. Zhang Xiaolong and his brothers' faces were also very strange. What they were afraid of came true. Zhang Xiaolong sighed in his heart. He walked forward and prepared to write a few words to deal with it. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua once again pulled her elder brother's arm and said, "Don't be impatient, elder brother. Let me try." Can you do it?" Zhang Xiaolong was a bit doubtful. Zhang Xiaohua patted his hand and said, "It's still the same words. If I can't do it, you try again." Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and said to everyone, "Everyone, it's still the same old words. My elder brother's arm injury has not healed yet. Let me write this for him." After he finished speaking, he walked in front of the prepared ink and paper. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He raised his head and said, "Everyone, for today's liveliness, we will not use this ink and paper." Everyone asked curiously, "Then what should we use?" Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Is there a ready-made mop?" "Today, I will use the mop to write a few big words for everyone." "Mop? How do you write it?" someone asked curiously. While they were talking, someone had already brought the mop over. Zhang Xiaohua found a basin and poured the ground ink into it. She then placed the mop into the basin and dipped it in. She held the mop with both hands and carefully pondered in her heart. She picked up the mop and wrote 2 big words on the limestone slab in Mr. Lu's courtyard, "Misty." These 2 words were written in an ancient style. It was very elegant and full of charm. Zhang Xiaohua wrote it in one go, causing the surrounding people to be stunned. In the hall, Mr. Lu heard the commotion outside and suddenly came out of the hall. When he saw the 2 words on the limestone slab, he did not say anything. He carefully thought about it and was also stunned. Speaking of "Misty," these 2 words were originally the words on the token. That day, after Zhang Xiaohua asked someone to recognize it, she had simulated, tasted, and practiced more than once how to write it. Other words, such as Zhang Xiaohua, he would not be able to write it no matter what. However, these 2 words had already been deeply engraved into her heart. Naturally, she could write it at her fingertips. Of course, because she did not have the ability to enter the school, she would definitely be ridiculed if she wrote with a brush. But using a mop to write, she naturally did not have to worry about things like technique. Please add it to your collection, thank you.